Proclamation. I'd like to ask Representative Chuck Martin to meet me down front, please. Any members of council that would like to join us, please do so. And Mr. Regas, your presence is required. Yes, come on down. Please.
Mayor, thank you for, they told me to turn the microphone. I said, I'm good. If it's yes, no, you know, I can do that answer. Thank you for the mayor and council for allowing us the opportunity to do this. And I told the mayor I had worked on this. I mean, Bob's been here for 23 years. I've worked really hard and I've got my remarks down. The last time I did them, they were 43 minutes. So I just want everybody to relax. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
That's why we fed you first.
That's why we fed you first. I do have a resolution I want to get to, but if the council and the mayor would give me just a second. Y'all are in this room because of what this city means to you. It means a great deal to me and my family. It has for years. And a lot of what's going on, taking nothing away from my mayor and council here standing with us this evening, but the glue that held that together through a number of mayors, many elected officials, many state representatives and Congress people and senators was Bob Regas. And when I look down at the resolution we did at the House, it says a lot of good things about Bob Regas. And yet it just pales insignificant compared to what he meant to the city. And I only say what he meant to this city because he's leaving with his title. I don't think Bob, as hard as you try to drive off into the sunset, you'll never be able to leave this city, just like a lot of other people here. But I won't go into so many of the stories because I promise I am not going to go 43 minutes. But back in 1998, I think, Fulton County, as they will tend to do, made a bad decision and decided to put Bob on the free agent market for a reason unaffected to Bob Regas, and it was our blessing. And I called with the backing of council, and Bob and I met at the McDonald's over on 140 by the silos and had a conversation because I never dreamed we could get a man with that character, with that resume, with that level of talent to come to little old Alpharetta in 1998. And yet he did, and he seemed excited about it. And I came back and I told the council and the staff and that were in the room how excited, and there was some skepticism. Why would he county? He could go here. And he came here, and Bob, you've just been a blessing to me. When you get your cards out there, you're not going to find one from me tonight because I can't write on a card what you meant to me and my family. You know, a lot of things that we've gone through personally here with people we've lost, and you know, tragedies we had with employees. And every time I picked up the phone, you answered, and you answered that from Bob Regas, not from the city administrator, and I thank you. If I can, just to quickly read the resolution. It's House Resolution 1207, sponsored by myself, Speaker Pro Tem Jan Jones, and Representative Chairman Todd Jones, who is from Forsyth County, but with the new district will represent a large portion of the city of Alpharetta, to recognize Bob. And I won't read the whole resolution in the interest of time, but Bob graduated from Georgia State University in 1975. Sorry, we got to out you on your age a little bit there, Bob. He came here in January 1999, and for the next 23 years as our city administrator, he led with his stewardship and was accompanied by honor, humility, and grace like I've never seen before. Under his administration, the City of Alpharetta staff successfully achieves initiatives set forth by a number of elected officials and by you, the citizens of Alpharetta. They did many important things, and Alpharetta was recognized as Technology City of the South. The formation of the Tech Board of Alpharetta, the establishment of the Innovation Center. The tech-centric companies came to Alpharetta because of the local support campaigns that he drove. Such initiatives, recreation and cultural growth in this city like we had never seen before. The Greenway that has become a standard that all cities in the state of Georgia look for. And whereas Bob, aside from assisting in the realization of all these initiatives of the city's elected leadership over the years, best known for his enduring professionalism, his commitment to faith, family, and his integrity. And a large part of his leadership, the city of Alpharetta has become a coveted place for our neighbors and loved residents. Whereas Bob has notably carried out his civic duty, which resounds not only at the municipal and county levels, but throughout the state of Georgia, he is therefore commended for such. And whereas the state of Georgia recognized Robert J. Regas for his devotion to the public sector and for all he's achieved for the citizens of our great state, now therefore be resolved, the House of Representatives and the members of the body recognize Robert J. Regas for his selfless service to the city of Alpharetta and to the state, and commend him on his numerous professional accomplishments and wish him continued help. Be it further resolved, I'm to bring this to you, Bob, and I'm going to hand it to you today and tell you that because of supply chain shortage, the folder that it's supposed to go in is somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. But Bob, I love you greatly. Thank you for everything you've done for us and for our family.
Chuck, I thought it was the Waffle House, not McDonald's.
It may have been.
Yeah,
All right, see, he's right again.
my memory,
Waffle House.
but it was, yeah, it was like, well, I needed a job too, Chuck. So that was important. But we were to try this thing for 90 days, and after about 30 days or so, we made it permanent. And I just loved that council back then, Jim and Sandra and Debbie, Arthur, Jim Mattoni, probably leaving one person out, but yeah.
There was Brandon Beek. We had Doritos' first orbit was
Right,
back in the
Right. So no, I want to thank you for the proclamation, Chuck. Thanks for our friendship all these years, and yeah, but we have a good organization, and you told me I was going to save this for the other proclamation, but Chuck said if you ever see any land for sale around City Hall, buy it. So, okay. So, but that meant we needed some money. So we had to save the money to do that. But that's what, the Chevron gas station was the first thing we bought on the corner there. And that started an accumulation of like 26 acres of land, and that's what we're on now. So you gave me that vision, and okay, we can do that. So thanks, Chuck. And, yeah.
Bob Regas, everybody.
So now that Chuck has done the resolution from the state, those of us here in the city of Alpharetta would like to give a little recognition ourselves. And if we could, anyone who's served as an elected official with Ms. Regas, please come forward. Don't be shy, guys. Squeeze in like we like each other so they can get us all in one picture. So I'm not going to talk a lot because I ugly cry. And I don't want to do that. But just to give you some idea, outside, Michelle Doyle, who runs Never Enough Time, great place, got a little taste of the hors d'oeuvres and the food before the event, came up to me, she said, I remember the first time that they opened that restaurant, and I brought Bob up there. We were having a business lunch to talk about the city stuff, and I introduced Bob. She said, you told me that he was the man that runs the city. And she talked about how much that really struck her. Because you see, there's a handful of mayors and former mayors up here. And the fact is that it is incredibly important to have really dedicated and good elected leadership. What we see around us would not exist without the leadership of past mayors and past council members over the last 25 years. But the fact is, we didn't build it. Bob did. Bob built this team. He built the culture that made this happen. And so I'm grateful, not only that you're a friend, but that you've been a mentor, and I appreciate your service as a resident for the city you've built around us. So thank you. And I'd like to give the opportunity to anyone who has served with Bob. If you'd like to make a few comments, now's your opportunity, or forever hold your peace. Mayor Letchis is our senior member of the former mayor.
I'd like to hear a senior sometime. Used to have more hair than me. But Bob, I didn't know who you were. 1999, I guess it was, and Chuck made a good decision about bringing you in here. And who is this guy? I was on city council then, and but it didn't take me long to learn who this guy was. I mean, goodness gracious, how did we get the leadership person of his quality to come to Alpharetta? I don't know. But a couple of things I do remember is Bob, we had this vision because Bob was negotiating all this property around here and buying up property. But one of the things we needed a key here in the city. We need the city hall to be moved here, but we also needed the library to be moved right next door. So Bob had influence over the Fulton County Library Board. And we went down and talked to them. Of course, Bob talked. I didn't know those people. And he knew them. He had a good relationship with them. They already had their eyes on another piece of property over toward Crab Apple. They had an option on that piece of property. So we had to convince them some way to move that property here. And Bob did that. Bob convinced them. I think we had to go down a couple of times, but Bob did gave them all the information about what we could do and what we could give to them and everything, and got that library moved here. It was his thing. And of course, as I mentioned before, he negotiated all the property around for this center, and he did a great job. He was a great leader. I was mayor from 2002 to 2011, 9 years, 4 months. But we got to be good friends, not just political friends, but I noticed how his family and faith and work ethic had to do with all this. And I admired him for that. And he became a great leader and a friend. And I thank you for that.
Well, Bob, it's amazing to be here tonight. Yeah, we've got 4 different mayors, but then a council is a different council every time at least one person changes, in my opinion. And the thing that is amazing about Bob is that all 4 mayors and all the, I don't know how many councilmen there have been in your tenure. Wow. But he knows. See, I would have asked Bob, but I'm out of practice. Bob, how many? But it's amazing because like there's different personalities with the four mayors that you've heard speak tonight. All four of us are vastly different. And each of us, if we had to name our MVP, would go to Bob as our MVP. And I'm kind of scattered. I remember there's a little bit, there's a little bit of age difference between you and me. When I started throwing out crazy ideas, not once did you say, that's just stupid, David. And so when we chased stuff, we chased it hard, and we were a great team, and I love that. I mean, in terms of my professional life, nothing have I enjoyed more than working with you, whether it was Alpha Loop, whether it was the Tech Alpharetta, whether it was the conference center. Every time we threw something up, you're first in, okay, let's figure out how to get it done. And you did. And so we're all grateful for you. This city bears your fingerprints, not just one, but all 10. And we're grateful to you for that, and we're grateful for your friendship. So, sir, thank you so much. Appreciate your service.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Stacey Aiken.
I was with Bob, not as long as Arthur, but probably the longest, with Doug.
Yeah.
The things to run a great team, and I was blessed to also play baseball with Bob back when we were much younger men. But more importantly, it was putting a team together. You look at, I love the enthusiasm of our head of public safety tonight. I'm the best team. We got the best group. But everybody in the city of Alpharetta, our departments are the best groups. That's why the city runs well. He picked them. All of them. They didn't get to us, so they got through him. And he was the one that did it. I mean, from 2001 to 2015, a lot of things happened in Alpharetta when I was on council. Including one of the worst at that time economic situations that most of us have been through. Unlike other cities, we didn't lose employees. We came up with a way, Bob came up with a way, where we could hold on to our employees. Because our employees were the most important thing to this city. Doesn't matter how you ranked them, they were the most important. And Bob was the one that came up with the way that we were able to save our city employees, which overall helped this city. And then the rest is history. No one thought things. We thought the big dirt pit off of 400 was always going to be dirt with a concrete parking lot. You see Avalon today. Thank you, Bob. A lot of things happened. And just more importantly, just his leadership. And I've gotten to be a very good friend of Bob's, so I'm going to miss him in the city part. I'm sure I will stay in touch with him afterward. Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
You're not going to show this to the next city administrator, are you?
Show what?
Show this presentation to the next city administrator. You're going to show
Only after he stuck around for 23 years.
he's going to feel a little bit like he's following Mayor Bryant coaching at Alabama.
Chris knows who he's following. So I will now read the proclamation. Proclamation by the Mayor and Council of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia, in recognition of the service and accomplishments of Robert J. Bob Regas during his tenure as City Administrator and to celebrate the occasion of his retirement. Whereas, after being sought out by the elected officials and community leaders of Alpharetta to serve in the role, Robert J. Bob Regas was named City Administrator of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia, effective January 11, 1999. And whereas during his tenure, the City of Alpharetta evolved from a small city to become Georgia's 13th most populous municipality and a major employment center within the region, home to more than 5,800 businesses and 182,453 jobs. Whereas during that time, Alpharetta's per capita income increased by 54%, and the median household income for Alpharetta residents increased by 68%. making Alpharetta one of Georgia's wealthiest, most prosperous communities. And whereas with Bob Regis's leadership, the city of Alpharetta undertook and successfully delivered complex capital projects such as West Side Parkway, the Big Creek Greenway, and the revitalization of downtown Alpharetta. And whereas Bob Regis's efforts also helped to attract and deliver major private sector investment in our community, including the addition of more than 17 million square feet of office space, the 62-acre Avalon mixed-use development, and the 12,000-seat Amerisbank Amphitheater. And whereas Bob Regis led the city of Alpharetta through 4 bond referenda that generated more than $135 million in revenues to fund transportation and parks projects that have elevated the quality of life of our residents and visitors, and helped to make Alpharetta a community of choice and distinction that is frequently cited as among the best in the United States. And whereas Bob Regis's clarity of vision, dedication to public service, commitment to improving the lives of others, and his unwavering drive to just get stuff done has resulted in him being recognized and revered throughout our region and our state as a leader, a mentor, and sought-after expert in his craft. And whereas throughout a career that has produced a truly amazing list of tangible accomplishments, Bob Regis has led with unmatched humility and quiet confidence, serving as an example for others, garnering the respect, admiration, and love of those with whom he has served, and helping to make better leaders and better people of all who know him. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council of the city of Alpharetta, Georgia, do hereby thank Robert J. Bob Regis for the immeasurable positive impacts he has had on our community and the lives of our citizens, for his legacy of leadership that will ensure the future of successes of this city, and for his wisdom, guidance, and leadership over the past 23 years. And we ask all citizens, employees, and supporters of the city of Alpharetta to join us in wishing him well and many happy and memorable years of a well-earned retirement. So proclaimed this first day of August, 2022, by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
Arthur, can you come back down? And Liz, come down, please.
You mean Commissioner Hausman?
Yeah, Commissioner Hausman. You know, back in July, Liz gave me a proclamation at the county courthouse, and how special that was, Liz, and thank you for that. I'll never forget that.
My honor.
And, you know, when Arthur says we went and talked to the school, to the library board of trustees, Liz had to vote to make that happen. And so we, you know, we had to put a deal in front of the county that they would have to say yes to. And so that's why the library is here. And it's a, you know, but it doesn't have all the parking on site, so they have some spaces in the deck. So you have to kind of make these things happen. But, you know, I always feel like I had the perfect mayor at the perfect time. Because Chuck hired me, and, you know, Chuck talked about buying land around here, but he also said, I want you to create a city that when our kids go off to college, they'll want to come back to and work and live. And so it's kind of happened, Chuck. Then we have Arthur. And we just had a great time together, Arthur. And
A lot of stories in those.
a lot of stories, you know, driving by Hometown Mortgage one day when it was on the corner of Thompson and Haynes Bridge, I guess. And, you know, what if we bought that piece of property? And then we could move Haynes Bridge Road over. And we put a roundabout in there and make 26 acres all one contiguous piece of property. We didn't have 26 acres. But then we were able to buy more land and to do that. Arthur, as I recall, I think my favorite times with you was going to the discipleship class for 4 years at the Methodist Church. I'll never forget that. And then we have David. And David, you were sworn in January, and in late January, we're driving over to Athens to look at the conference center. Because can we do this kind of thing? And your great vision, and I do like to get stuff done, but we can't get stuff done without a really, really great staff. Because I would feed things into the staff, and they would really make it happen and help us along the way. So all those things, we don't do it alone. And then Jim, you're sworn in January of 2012, and we're at a public safety luncheon when they gave the awards on like a Friday back then, and I didn't know you well, but you turned to me and said, this was a really good organization. Everything you knew about the city then, you knew we had good people, we knew we had a good organization, a good culture, and I thought, Jim kind of gets it. I like that, and you've stood by that, and you understand it, and you get it, and I appreciate all y'all for when I bring you people to hire. I don't think I've ever said trust me. I've just talked about the attributes of the people, and said you pretty much have to hire this person, and you bought into that. So thanks for that. And it's been it's 23 and a half years. It's been good. I've made a lot of great relationships. You leave the county, but you don't leave the relationships there. It's great to see Dick Anderson here tonight, Bob Ellis and Liz, and I call you Liz. Okay? Yeah. So we'll just keep that going. We have Robbie Rockovitz here, who worked with the city a long time, and thanks for being here, man. Let's keep it going. Chris will do a great job, and I've enjoyed it. I loved it. Jim?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Squeeze in for a picture, gentlemen and ladies.
They have to do 2 rows. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Yeah, let me get my family. Can my family come down in the sheds? Yeah.
Hey, he runs the city. Hurry up.
Sure, yeah. Don't forget your pen. All right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that will wrap up the presentations and proclamations for this evening. So we'll move on to the next part of our agenda for the evening. Next portion of the agenda is the consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of 2 items. First is council meeting minutes from the meeting of July 25th, 2022. Second item is the approval of Alpharetta's outdoor art exhibit medley. 5 sculptures, sculpture Ribbon Arch by Jim Gallucci, sculpture Tree by Gus and Lena Ocampo Silva, Sculpture Liquid Sunshine by Michael Alfano, Sculpture Allura by Nathan Pierce, Sculpture Hill Climb by Jim Collins. Is there anyone on council that would like to remove anything from the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor. I request the removal of City Council meeting minutes of the 7:25 meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we'll remove that. Any other items that would like to be removed from the consent agenda? That being said, I'll call for a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding the council meeting minutes of July 25th, 2020.
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, the second was by Dorito. The original motion was by Councilman Mitchell. Any discussion? All those in favor of the approval of the consent agenda without the council meeting minutes of July 25th, 2022, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. That does pass unanimously. Mr. Dorito, is there something you would like?
Yes, Mayor. Sorry. Yes, Mayor. I asked for the removal to vote on it separately since I was not in the country during that meeting.
All right, sir. Do I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
Motion to approve meeting minutes.
Councilman Hypes is the motion, second by Councilman Mitchell, and that was to approve the council meeting minutes from the meeting of July 25th, 2022. All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass 6-1 with Councilman Dorito abstaining because he was not present for the meeting. That'll wrap up the consent agenda. We'll move on to the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. And the first item under public hearing is Z-22-08/V-22-12/South of Wills Park. Mr. Whitman, I believe you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The first item before you this evening is rezoning and variances to allow for the construction of 55 for-sale townhomes. It's on 5.54 acres in the downtown. Rezoning is requested from C1 Neighborhood Commercial and LI Light Industrial to DTMU, Downtown Mixed Use. And variances are requested to allow up to 15 of the townhomes to be front-loaded, to allow encroachments into undisturbed buffers, to allow a 0-foot setback for the subdivision sign, and to reduce landscape strips along the new internal private street. I do have the location map up on the screen. This subject property is generally located at the southeast corner of South Main Street and Wills Road. Does not include the piece right at the corner, but it is the piece that surrounds it. The proposed density for this development is 9.93 dwelling units per acre. Here's an aerial of the property. It is an undeveloped wooded property. Xavier & Sons Auto Body is located to the north and west. City of Roswell is located to the west. Public Storage is located to the east. Georgia Power is located to the south. That's also City of Roswell. And then Atlanta Saddlery, Auto Bright Car Wash, and the Porch on South Main are located to the north of this site. Comprehensive land use plan designation of the property is mixed use, which does allow the proposal. Variance is requested to modify the downtown overlay site regulations, so the building orientation and buffer requirements, as well as general UDC regulations pertaining to the subdivision sign, setback, and landscape strips. This property is situated between 3 commercial properties. It's got multiple road frontages, and there are significant topographies. The property does drop off from South Main Street as you go from north to south through the property. With regard to the subdivision sign, the Wills Road right-of-way is set back approximately 60 feet from the existing curb line of the road. As I mentioned, the density is 9.9 units per acre. We did look at other properties that have been approved in the downtown for the DTMU zoning district and along South Main Street. We found that the proposed density is consistent with those other developments, specifically the Maxwell, as well as the Mayfair on Main development. Here's some street views. So this is looking at the property from South Main Street. As you can see, this depicts the the GDOT construction along South Main Street. This is at the intersection of Main and Wills, looking at this is the auto body shop, so it is the tree line property behind that. And this is a street view of the property along Wills Road looking north. This is the applicant's site plan. This is the frontage of the site along South Main Street and then Wills. So access to the site is from Wills Road. There will be no access from South Main Street. 55 townhomes laid out within this development. These green areas represent undisturbed buffers within the property as well as on the adjacent properties. The townhomes are a combination of 3- and 4-story. So the townhomes that are fronting on South Main Street are actually going to appear as 3-story from South Main Street because of the topography of this land. If you're looking at these townhomes along Main Street from their alley, they would be 4 stories. So from within the property, it's 4 stories, but looking at them from South Main Street, it's 3. Building setbacks comply with the DTMU development standards. They do have a system of sidewalks through the development as an amenity for residents. The initial request that came in on this, with this public hearing request, did request a variance to allow some of the townhome units to have the reduced 18-foot driveways. The applicant has since revised the site plan, and all 55 of the townhomes do have the minimum 18-foot driveways. So they have 2 parking spaces within the garage, and they have 2 parking spaces within the driveway. There's an additional 24 on-street guest parking spaces within the development as well. Within the site plan, there's about 1.2 acres of open space. Consists of both amenity space and civic space. There's clubhouse with pool towards the entrance of this development. There's also a central green area here. And then there is civic space along South Main Street. There is access for pedestrians as well as a bike. So there are stairs that lead up to South Main Street. We do have a condition that requires a groove beside the stairs so someone can push a bike up those stairs in that location. Otherwise, if we had to do a switchback here, we would have had too much impervious area with the switchback for the bike. There are 12 trees depicted to be saved within the development. Those are all hardwoods. And then they are proposing underground stormwater facilities within this development. There is one under this amenity space here. It's also underneath this private street in this location as well. We've had concerns about underground stormwater under a private street in the past. However, this one's a little bit different because there are multiple ways to access. There are no driveways on this section of the street where the underground stormwater is. And there are multiple ways to access the townhomes through this development. It's the applicant's rendering. The renderings, again, they're depicting 3- and 4-story buildings. The buildings are designed in the Federal and Greek Revival style. According to the applicant, the units are going to be about 2,600 to 4,000 square feet. Price point's about $850,000 to $1 million. And we did provide the renderings to the downtown consultant. who generally had a few minor comments, but generally believed that the renderings met the downtown requirements. 24 a.m. peak hour trips generated for this development and 29 p.m. peak hour trips. Of course, we looked at this application against the established review criteria for rezoning and variance. We believe that the zoning proposal is consistent with the vision in the downtown. It is consistent with the comprehensive land use plan designation of the property. We do note that this is a commercial corridor currently. However, the future land use allows for both a mix of uses as well as a single-use development here. So we do believe that the proposal is appropriate for this segment of this corridor. We do think that there are also some exceptional conditions pertaining to this property due to its topography, the multiple road frontages, as well as the being the location between existing commercial properties. The applicant's citizen participation plan did not identify that they received any comments from the public, and this item was shown to the public at the May 11th Community Zoning Information meeting. There were some comments made with concerns over traffic, guest parking, GDOT project impacts, safety issues with pedestrians crossing South Main Street over to Wills Park. And then this item was taken to Planning Commission on June 9th. There were no public comments at Planning Commission, and Planning Commission did recommend approval of the request with a unanimous recommendation of approval. And as I mentioned, between Planning Commission and City Council, the applicant did update their site plan to remove the variance for the 18-foot driveway. So that has been removed. Just wanted to clarify that. And with that, the recommendation from Planning Commission is approval, subject to 24 conditions, and I'll go through those. Condition 1 is the site plan specific condition, tying it to the site plan prepared by Pond, dated 7/13/22. Condition 2 is the architectural conditions, tying it to the submitted renderings dated 5/5/22. And those would go to Design Review Board for final approval. Condition 3 addresses the density. 4 addresses building heights. 5, townhomes shall have direct vehicular access from a street or alley as depicted on the site plan prepared by Pond, dated 7/13/22. Condition 6 allows for courtyards to encroach into landscape strips, subject to meeting the minimum landscape material requirements. Condition 7, developer shall improve Wills Road streetscape. We're asking for a minimum 6-foot planter planted with street trees, 6-foot sidewalk and decorative pedestrian lighting. That's final approval by staff and City of Roswell. So the right-of-way line along Wills Road comes right up to the property frontage. And so all of this right-of-way is City of Roswell's. So City of Roswell will have to weigh in. We did send the application to City of Roswell. We did not receive any comments back from them. Condition 8, streets and alleys shall be developed as depicted on the site plan prepared by Pond, dated 7/13/22. Condition 9 addresses the landscape strips and ties it to the site plan by Pond, dated 7/13/22. Condition 10 addresses the landscape strips along South Main Street and Wills Road, requiring that those landscape strips include shade trees as a continuation of what has been planted and designed in the downtown, and of course out of utility easements and overhead utilities. Subdivision decorative fence and columns may be placed within the landscape strip along South Main Street. And we just put that condition in because the landscape strip will begin right where the fencing and wall is for this development. This is a gated development as well. Condition 11, developers shall provide an enhanced pedestrian crossing at South Main Street in Wills, which shall include color pavement markings and signage as approved by GDOT and staff. Enhanced pedestrian crossing shall be eligible for impact fee credits as approved by staff. So one of the things, we know that these residents in close proximity to Wills Park will want to use the park. So they're very close to that. So we were concerned about how pedestrians could cross South Main Street here. So that's why we have condition number 11. Typically what that will look like is beyond the piano key style pedestrian crosswalk, there may be some color painting, pavement markings that will be used in combination with that piano key crossing. Condition 12, undisturbed buffers replanted where sparse shall be provided as depicted on the site plan prepared by Pond dated 7/13/22. Evergreen trees and shrubs shall be planted along the south and east property lines along the property line north of units 6 through 13. So that's in this location here, as approved by staff. Condition 13, property owner acknowledges that redevelopment of the properties to the north, east, south, and south with non-residential uses shall not require a buffer adjacent to the subject property. 14, project entrance may be gated and shall include a decorative paver apron, landscaping, brick wall, and fencing with columns substantially similar to the submitted renderings dated 5/5/22. Condition 15 allows the subdivision sign. So that is referring to this sign here. So that signage is right directly on their wall, which is right on the property line. So it is got a 0-foot setback as shown in this rendering. Again, this wall and fencing is set back about 60 feet from the existing travel lanes on Wills Road. So condition number 15 allows for that subdivision sign to have that 0-foot setback. Condition 16, open space shall be developed substantially similar to the site plan prepared by Pond dated 7/13/22. Except the optional bicycle path and the civic space shall be removed and stairs shall accommodate a bicycle wheel path as approved by staff. The applicant had removed that bicycle path. As I mentioned, that would be a switchback, and it just added too much impervious area along this section of this civic space. Condition 17, creeping vines shall be planted to cover retaining and low walls as approved by staff. Condition 18 addresses the tree saves and ties it to the site plan, which identifies the trees to be saved. Condition 19, fences and walls visible from the public right-of-way shall be decorative as approved by staff. Unfinished wood fences and decks shall not be visible from the street. Condition 20 requires that HVAC and similar equipment shall not be visible from the public right-of-way. Condition 21 is a fire marshal condition regarding fire hydrants. Condition 22 allows for the stormwater, the underground stormwater, as I mentioned in this location here, and it establishes requirements for maintenance responsibility within the final subdivision plat and HOA covenants. And this condition is very similar to another request that we previously had for underground stormwater that was located under a private street. Condition 23, garbage pickup shall be from within the development. In condition number 24, no more than 10% of the residential units shall be permitted to be rented as recorded in the HOA's declaration and covenants. And that concludes the presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Whitman. Do we have any questions for staff? Councilman Binder?
On that last condition, Mr. Woodman, the 10%, where do we get that number from? Or
The 10% has been something that we've used for quite some time. I know in the 8 years I've been in this capacity, we've always used 10%. I don't know that I've ever seen anything different. I don't know exactly where it goes back to, but we've always used that 10% number.
and what's our ratio balance that we're trying to achieve from the master plan?
So our policy
comp plans,
is
right.
the 68% owner occupied is the policy, that we would achieve a minimum 68%.
Okay. Is the 10% similarly defined in the comp plan or any kind of documents that we have?
It's not in the comprehensive plan with respect to that particular condition. It is just something that any for sale development that we've had go through a public hearing, we've always included that condition.
Yeah, maybe offline, see where that number
Yeah,
comes
I can
from or
certainly
back, or
look.
the origin of that.
Sure.
Okay, perfect.
As a follow-up to that question, maybe Ms. Cook may remember, it seems to me that FHA has guidelines for what developments they'll lend mortgages to. Was that ever taken into consideration in the 10%? Is that where that number came from?
Mayor, I think at the time, and it's, gosh, I mean, it's been over 10 years ago, but we were actually looking at HOA covenants requirements, and that's something very typical, that it's 10 to 20%. So that's something that we just kept putting in as the conditions, because it was something that was already being done predominantly as part of the HOA regulations.
Okay. Well, I would echo Councilman Binder. Let's look into that. It seems to me that there's a certain ratio beyond which many subdivisions or developments may not be able to take federally purchased mortgages or something like that. But I don't.
We'll do some more research.
FHA? Okay. So like a lot of the mortgages are actually backed by the federal government and things like that. So I know there was at one time a ratio similar to that. So, thank you.
We'll check it out.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman Mitchell.
I've got two questions. One regards condition number 2. It says architecture and materials shall be developed substantially similar to the renderings. I'm seeing brick. Is that what the materials are slated for? And if it is, why wasn't that clearly defined in the condition?
So the applicant provided something that indicated that the exterior finish is brick, stone, and stucco. There's a combination of those 3 exterior materials.
So can I take it that on the ends of the units and between each condominium is brick?
I would have to defer to the applicant. I'm not 100% on where brick is located on the buildings.
Yeah, I'd like to know how much brick and how much stucco and where it's located on there. And also, it has to do with 2 conditions, but you mentioned it in the stormwater, and your initial comments was in regard to the stormwater treatment of the underground. Mm-hmm. And so you said it's accessible by all the units, but I know in the past when we put underground stormwater underneath the internal streets, we've talked extensively about where the access points were in case there's flooding or blockage. So can you point those out to us based on your diagram?
Yeah, so this is the site plan in this location. Let me see if I can might help if I zoom in. So this heavy dashed line here represents the underground stormwater. And so this is the area where there would be underground stormwater in the private street. So there are no driveways coming off of this section of this street. And someone that lives over here has the ability, they don't have to come through here. They can come around to get to their home. So in the past, I believe the last example where we had underground stormwater proposed within a residential development, I think it was Hudson Park, which is the corner of Canton and Mayfield. And within that development, I think that development had a series of alleys. And there was basically one way in and one way out to particular homes. And so that was more concerning, because if that failed, that underground system ever failed, you would not be able to gain vehicular access to those homes. This is a little bit different because there are alternative ways to get to each home.
Okay, I understand the condominium access, but how do you access the underground in case the system does fail? Where are those access points, and are they accessible at all times?
I'm not sure that they have not identified the access points for the underground stormwater, and I don't know that the applicant has determined that as of yet. I think they'd have to design the system, and then access points would be identified at that point.
Okay. That was a real point of contention during the Mayfield discussion, because it needed to be accessible at all times if they were going to do it underground. So I'd really be interested from their engineer on where that will be. And,
okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any other questions for staff at this time? Thank you, Mr. Woodman. Would the applicant like to come forward?
Good evening, Mayor Gilvin, members of the council. I'm Catherine Sickert with Smith, Kimbrell, and Russell, and it's always a pleasure to be here with you. Welcome back, Mr. Dorito, and welcome, Mr. Will. I hope you enjoy your tenure and service on this council. And the rest of you, I just welcome all the time. So, I was thinking this afternoon when I was trying to prepare for this what I needed to do, and I realized the last 3 or 4 times I've been here, Kathy and Michael have done such a thorough job of presenting the case that there was really very little for me to say, and the same is true tonight. I think Michael covered everything perfectly. So what I would like to do instead is to talk about the one condition that we have a slight problem with, and then answer some of the questions that you all had with regard to the 10% requirement, the facade treatment, the underground detention, and the like. So let me address, first of all, the 10% requirement. Mr. Mayor Gilvin, you're absolutely correct. There was an FHA requirement, and as a consequence, in condo documents or homeowners association documents, because it applied to neighborhoods too, it wasn't just an attached product, you saw those picked up in all of the covenants and conditions. And it sort of became just a given, and it is something that we have, in fact, then followed. In this jurisdiction, I have never done more than 10%, maybe once 15%. I'm not positive, but it's certainly never more than 20, and we're totally amenable to the 10% limit here, which keeps you within the confines of your comp plan and your policy guide in terms of owner-occupied versus renter. You don't want 100%, because if you have somebody who has to move and you have a hardship of filling the unit, if you cannot sell it before you move, there needs to be some ability to rent. But it can't be an investor circumstance where somebody comes in and buys the entire complex and then starts renting them. That's becoming a real thing in Atlanta. Don't know where that's coming from, but we're seeing more and more rental conversions of both single-family attached and detached homes. So that's the 10% requirement. In terms of the architecture, are you asking what's going to be on the sides and therefore visible to the public? My understanding is that is brick, and that the stone and the stucco would be accents. In actuality, in this project, I believe it's also across all the fronts, and we have oriented towards South Main so that it will have the pedestrian connection and feel, and I believe that that is the situation in reference to them as well. In terms of the stormwater access, I could tell you where it was, but I would be making it up because we have not been able to do final engineering yet, and generally don't until after a zoning is approved. But if you would like to add a condition that says there must be permanent access that is uninterrupted, and if you want to say there needs to be more than one point, I can't believe that that would be problematic. So perhaps that's a way to address your issue, even though I can't stand here right now and answer that question. We are amenable to all of the conditions that have been recommended, with one possible exception, and that relates to the improvements on the Wills Road right-of-way. Your impact fee statute is where you get the authority to be able to require improvement.
Excuse me, I just wanted to pause you because I was searching for that condition. Do you recall the number of that?
The number of which?
The one you're referring to?
It's condition 7.
Thank you. That just allows us to follow in our package which
Sorry.
condition you're referring to. Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt.
Should have brought my notes up. My mistake. You, as the city, have the ability to require certain project improvements incidental to any kind of development, and that's how you see a lot of your infrastructure improvements. North Point area would be a very good example, and matters I've handled and others. You all have been very careful to make sure that there are important commitments made to sidewalk replacement or widening and public park provision and art provisions in various jurisdictions, signage concerns. And that is allowed because your impact fee ordinance says that if you are adjacent to property owned by the city of Alpharetta, we can require you to make those improvements. The problem with Wills Road is that it is not owned by the city of Alpharetta. And although we tried to get an answer out of Roswell as to whether they would even allow us to make those commitments, we don't know. And I do not want my client to be put in a position where it is committing to do something which we're not positive we can do. The other problem that we have here is that, as a practical matter, our frontage stops back on Wills Road. You know, there's that automobile repair square that's right up in the corner, and I don't know how we're going to get the sidewalk all the way up to to South Main Street as a consequence. So from a practical standpoint, that's iffy, but with all due respect, I really don't think you can require those improvements on property you do not own. Once you start doing that, you're running the risk of imposing exactions from a legal standpoint, particularly since it's not, your code is very clear, it's for Alpharetta property. And we don't think that's appropriate. We're perfectly willing to make the improvements, assuming Roswell will allow them, but we do think we're entitled to impact fee credits as a consequence because of the property not being owned by the city of Alpharetta. So we would ask that that be made clear, that if we are going to make those improvements, A, it's subject to the city of Roswell, and that is in fact in there now, and B, that we get impact fee credits for doing it. So other than that, we would very much appreciate you following the recommendation of staff and the Planning Commission. When I started this process over a year ago, you all had not yet announced or formally announced that you were going to follow a policy of absolutely requiring 18-foot driveways. And we've all seen other projects you've approved that don't have them. I've probably done some of them myself, and they're bad because you get your big trucks like you drive, and the end of the truck hangs out into the street. And so when I learned that in fact policy had changed, that was unknown to me, and obviously I was presenting a proposal which the Planning Commission accepted anyway, and the reason I thought it was okay is that we had 27 guest parking spaces, which is a ton of guest parking for any kind of development, and it's an issue that you all have raised with me before. When I found out that is not the case, that does not compensate for the shorter driveway, we were able to revisit the plan and revise it as was suggested by a number of you. So we were delighted to do that and delighted that we were able to do that. And that is the story there as to why it was deferred, so we could work through that and get you exactly what you wanted in terms of the product line. So with that said, we would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Any questions? Councilman Binder, the Mayor Pro Tem.
I think if you could add that it will be entitled to impact fees for Wills Road improvements. That's in there now. Yeah, that's in there now. That's fine. I can't commit to doing something when I can't get Roswell to answer my question.
Mayor Pro Tem Markle.
I got a question. Is this the right time for it?
Oh, okay. If there are no other questions for the applicant.
Well, I think if I could ask Kathy a question, I think they can finish up this one.
Ms. Cook, do you mind clarifying?
So I understand what Ms. Zickert's saying. Makes sense to me. I guess the question I have is, where do we fall if we were giving impact fee credits for a piece of Roswell real estate?
And that's something that we spoke with our city attorney with today. And it's my understanding, as long as it's part of a private development agreement, that is something that we could give impact fee credits for, but I'll let you answer that.
Why don't we allow Ms. Eswine to explain?
So under our ordinance where it talks about credits, there's actually a restriction section that says in no event shall credit be given for project improvements or for system improvements not included for impact fee funding in the capital improvements element. And this is not the streetscape improvements on Wills Road, that's not included on the capital improvements program or in the element. And so under the ordinance, on its own account, it's not eligible for impact fee credits.
Of course, it's not in Alpharetta where that would
Right,
apply.
and so that's actually kind of a double reason. You know, it's not in Alpharetta, one, and because it's not in Alpharetta, it's not set forth in the capital improvement element, and therefore impact fees
I
under
mean, we
our
can't
rating.
add capital improvements in Rossville?
So, and I think that kind of makes sense, really, because the whole reason for impact fees is to have the developer contribute towards improvements that, or to give credit for improvements that are going to be benefiting Alpharetta in Alpharetta. And if you are giving impact fees for something that's not in Alpharetta, that's kind of undermining the point of the impact fee credit. So, and that cost then comes back on the taxpayer if we're going to do it. Now, this isn't something that's in our capital improvement plan in the first place, but I spoke with Eric Graves about it earlier, and he didn't see it on the capital improvement element either.
Mayor Pro Tem Merkel would like to follow up on that.
So Kathy, based on that, is there any language you would see us substituting for number 7 or eliminating number 7?
Based on what the city attorney has said, no, I don't guess we could modify that. I apologize, it was my understanding that you could do that as part of a private agreement, but not as part of our current ordinance.
So, and I'll address that too. So there is a section in the ordinance that discusses private development agreements. That has a process where they have to actually go to the impact fee coordinator to apply for it, and then it gets presented to the council. So we haven't gone through that process, I don't think, yet.
Right, and that's in our department. Eric Graves actually is
do that.
So do you want us to table this until you do?
No.
So it would be as part of a impact fee credits.
I just need some language to go in
May be
there.
considered as part of a private development agreement. And that way, if it gets approved, the private development agreement, then the impact fee credits can be given, and if it doesn't, then.
Well, with all due respect to Ms. Zickert, do we even want to?
Excuse me.
I know you. Do we as a city want to? Do we want to set a precedent? Is this something we're going to have this situation when we butt up to other municipalities, or do we leave it alone and,
Well,
it's Roswell's property, it's Roswell's section, we're just going to count on you to make it look nice for the Roswell people and assume that the complex that's going to be built would want it to look nice because that's part of what's going to sell it. But I'm struggling between giving credits and not having any authority and it not being our city.
well, I think if it has the requirement that impact fee credits can be given if a development agreement is approved, then you have that option, because council will see that and decide if that's something that they want to give credits for.
We're going to decide tonight or we're going to table it.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying is I'm going to have to take a poll, I guess.
Well, if I can interject just for a minute, I don't
Please.
think you have to address the impact fee development agreement in the condition, and I think that's what Ms. Zickert's
We can still go
saying
and
that.
ask for it.
They could theoretically ask for it, and it would be up to the procedure set forth in the code and to the council as to whether or not you want to do that in the future. You could still include the streetscape condition with the requirement that she mentioned earlier being subject to a final approval by Roswell, which is already in the condition. Leave out whether or not it's going to have a impact fee credit accounted for, and if the developer wants to see if the city is interested in a development impact fee credit, they can go through that process.
If I could, just to help speed this along, perhaps we don't have to do this right this second. Give you a few minutes, perhaps even working with Kathy and Ms. Zickert on some verbiage that would help resolve that issue if there's a motion made.
I don't think I'm qualified to write it.
I think what she's saying is you don't have to. I think what Molly's saying is if you go ahead and approve it the way it is now, subject to Roswell approval, then we can come back to you and petition and ask you to consider giving us impact fee credits. So it leaves the door open, which is fine. I don't mind bringing it back and justifying it to you at that point in time at all.
Just to clarify, so you said you didn't want condition 7, but now you're saying this verbiage is okay?
Now, if we're allowed, yes, to come back in and make a petition for an impact fee credit, yes, then I'm fine with that. I didn't know that was available.
But the way it's written, I would be voting to approve something I don't have the authority to approve. Is that not correct?
You wouldn't be approving or touching the impact fee credit if you approve condition 7 as written.
That's true, too.
Okay, so to clarify, you no longer object to what's in
I do
condition?
not object any further, and we'll come back to you later and ask you whether that's appropriate for us to have.
Thank you. And if anyone finds out anything differently before we get to the portion of the actual motion, then we'll try to address it at that point. Councilman Binder?
What's the current situation for sidewalks there on Wills Road? I should have taken a look. Like, is there no sidewalks along?
Since I'm not sure, I'll refer to our staff.
You just missed them, so I didn't know who to ask.
I don't Google Maps.
Mr. Woodman?
No sidewalks currently along Wills.
Okay.
Good point. Councilman Mitchell?
It's my understanding that there's access point up on Highway 9 currently that has the bike groove. That's on Highway 9, correct? So we have pedestrian access from the development, regardless of whether we get sidewalks on Wills Road or not. And you all, correct me if I'm wrong on this, you all are planning on doing landscaping right by your sign anyway. So whether or not we get sidewalks is really up to Roswell there, right? So, okay, I'm good with it. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant at this point? Seeing none. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on this item?
We do not for this item, sir.
However, if anyone would like to come forward and speak on the zoning issue regarding South Wills, now is your opportunity. Seeing none, we will close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'd offer a motion tonight to approve item Z-22-08/V-22-12 south of Wills Park as presented this evening by staff with the 24 conditions. However, I would like to add to condition number 7 some language at the end to state that impact fee credits shall be considered as part of a private developer's agreement.
Do we have a second?
Can I make a friendly
Sure.
addition to number?
You can ask to, because there wasn't a second anyway.
Okay, so for number 22, can we add that permanent access to underground detention, they must add permanent access to underground detention from more than one access point?
I'd accept that.
Okay, thank you. I will second it then.
Okay. So just to clarify, the motion was to approve Z-22-08/V-22-12/ south of Wills Park with conditions as read by staff. And the amendment was for number 7.
Let me read it?
Yes, if you don't mind. Just-
No, absolutely. To add to the end of number 7 to state that impact fee credits shall be considered as part of a private developer's agreement.
Okay. And the change to condition number 22
Correct.
was,
It would state, developer will add permanent access to underground detention from more than one access point.
great, thank you for clarifying, sirs. Any discussion, Councilman Binder?
Just like to ask our city attorney, is this, does this fly with you on the addition number 7? I mean, we have a separate process to do it, so we don't need to define it here, but.
It's not necessary.
Okay.
And I did pull it so I can kind of further advise the council and Ms. Zickert, just so that she is aware. In section 2428 of the code, it says that nothing in this article prohibits the voluntary mutual approval of private contractual agreements concerning the construction or installation of system improvements and providing credits or reimbursement to a developer for that. So arguably that trumps the section earlier that I was reading where it says if it's not in the capital improvement plan, no impact fee credit shall be given. That's a policy question for the board, whether you want to provide impact fee credits for something that's getting installed in Roswell. don't necessarily think it's exactly consistent with the code, but that's something for you all to consider, and I just wanted to at least put that out there for you this evening. I don't have a problem with the language at the end of the condition. It's just going to be a function of the code. She has to submit a development agreement to the system administrator, and that gets approved as to form and then comes to the council.
So at this point, we're just clarifying the motion. We're not quite into discussion. I believe Councilman Heights has a question.
Yeah, I understood the additional language in 7 is shall be considered as opposed to may be considered, and I know that's parsing words, but the phrasing of the way it is in the motion is you shall go do this, you shall consider this, as opposed to may consider it and making it discretionary. As a practical matter, it may not have any effect whatsoever, but to Molly's point, if you soften it with may consider and make it discretionary, then we're not getting into trumping the code, as you say. But to that end, I would make a friendly amendment just to change out the word shall to may in your.
Accepted.
Councilman Mitchell, you accept that?
Or you may.
Or I may.
Okay, is everyone clear on the motion?
Cleans it up for me.
Okay, great. Any discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor of the motion to approve Z-22-08/V-22-12/South of Wills Park with the conditions as outlined by staff and Mayor Pro Tem Merkel and Councilman Mitchell, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. Councilman Will? Sorry. It does pass unanimously. Thank you, ma'am. Next item up under public hearing will be CU-22-05 off leash, 142 South Main Street. Mr. Woodman, you once again have the floor.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. The next item before you is a conditional use to allow recreation facilities indoor and outdoor for off-leash on 2.3 acres in the downtown. Off-leash is a new concept which includes a one-story, 5,400 square foot restaurant, a 3,000 square foot covered dog area, and approximately 3/4 of an acre of outdoor dog park. Have the location map on the overhead. The property is located at 142 South Main Street and 125 Norcross Street, which is located at the southeast corner of Old Milton Parkway and South Main Street. Here's an aerial of the property. This is the old Rite Aid property. So here at the corner, as well as this undeveloped property to the rear of it that backs up to the Publix parking lot. The former Rite Aid pharmacy is just under 12,000 square feet. Current zoning of this property is C2 General Commercial. Allows restaurant by right, but requires a conditional use for recreation facilities indoor and outdoor. The Taco Bell and Salt Factory located to the north, Publix, Chase Bank, and gas station are located to the east. The Park Plaza office building and Mammoth Car Wash are located to the south, and Crust is located to the west. According to the applicant, Off Leash is a state-of-the-art dog park facility and restaurant featuring outdoor and indoor spaces for patrons and their dogs. They operate on a membership model with guest and day passes available. Their hours of operation are Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Friday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And the applicant anticipates approximately 8 to 12 employees at this location. Have some street view of the location. This is the former Rite Aid building. This is looking at the corner, and I got this picture because there is a focal point feature right at that corner. This would be redeveloped with this project if it was approved. And then this is the applicant site plan. So the initial request that came into us was to reuse the existing Rite Aid building. The applicant quickly amended their application and decided to go ahead and tear down and rebuild. So the restaurant building is pulled up to the street, so up to the corner of Old Milton Parkway and South Main Street. The covered dog park area is here. The parking lot is located behind. And then the outdoor dog park is this area that abuts the Norcross Street and Publix parking lot. There are 2 points of access. There's a point of access off of South Main Street, and there's also access from Norcross Street. The existing curb cut on Old Milton Parkway has been removed. So they've completely removed that, which helps promote that pedestrian environment that we're trying to create in the downtown. There are a total of 32 parking spaces within this development. Those are in this surface parking lot at the rear of the development, as well as on-street parking along Norcross Street. This development, if approved, would result in the loss of about 15,000 square feet of impervious area. So they're removing about 15,000 square feet of impervious area from the site. The site plan does account for landscape strips along Old Milton Parkway, South Main Street, and Norcross Street. The applicant does propose some evergreen plant material as well as deciduous plant material in here will help buffer as well as screen some of the outdoor areas from Old Milton Parkway. There are no specimen trees identified on the property. However, the applicant's tree protection plan, this is their landscape plan. This is the tree protection plan, and they're saving any of these trees shown with a circle around it. So everything bordering the gas station site, all these trees shown here will remain. They have trees along Norcross Street that will remain, as well as trees adjacent to Taco Bell will remain on the property. A total of 52 trees saved. And then stormwater, the applicant indicated there is an existing stormwater pond here that they would modify that existing stormwater pond to address any requirements. But again, they're removing about 15,000 square feet of impervious area on this property. This is the building rendering. So there's been a few different building renderings that have been submitted by the applicant. This is the latest building rendering. The previous one did show a one-story building with a gable roof. That the primary material, I believe, on that elevation was heavily siding with some brick. This is showing a brick building with a flat roof. At the corner, we did show this to the downtown consultant, and who agreed that this met the design requirements in the downtown overlay. 6 a.m. peak hour trips from this business and 78 p.m. peak hour trips. Of course, we looked at the review criteria for conditional use. We do not believe that the proposal would have any significant impacts on surrounding properties because they're developed with non-residential uses. This is a commercial corridor. We do think that the dog park with the restaurant represents a business and use that is currently not provided in the downtown, and we do believe with the city becoming more and more of a dog-friendly city that you will have plenty of patrons coming to this location. The applicant did provide their citizen participation plan. They did not receive any comments. We did show this to the public at the May 11th Community Zoning Information Meeting. There were a few public comments, questions about whether the business would have an alcohol license. There were questions about safety for the dogs at the busy intersection of Old Milton Parkway and South Main Street. And there were concerns given the business at this location due to the proximity of the Fetch Dog Park on Maxwell Road, which is located south of this location. This item was considered by the Planning Commission at the July 14th meeting. There were no public comments on this item at that meeting, and Planning Commission did recommend approval of the applicant's request, accepting a couple changes to conditions 1 and 8 by the applicant, and it was a recommendation of approval. It was unanimous. In the conditions, there are 16 of those, and I'll go through those. Condition 1, recreation facilities indoor and outdoor shall be added as conditional use at 142 South Main Street and 125 Norcross Street, and limited to no more than 3,600 square feet covered dog area and 0.73 acre outdoor dog park. 2, conditional use approval shall be limited to off-leash. No additional recreation facilities indoor and outdoor use or subleasing shall be permitted on the subject property. 3, recreation facilities indoor and outdoor shall be limited to an indoor and outdoor dog park with restaurant. Condition 4 are the hours of operation. Condition 5 ties it to the site plan that I showed you, which was prepared by Gaskins and LaCraw, dated 6/14/22. Condition 6, building architecture and materials shall be developed in compliance with the Alpharetta Downtown Code and Downtown Consultant, subject to final approval by DRB. Building shall be 75% brick as determined by DRB. 7, outdoor furniture, dining area, and dog park, and play equipment with primary or bright colors shall be screened from the public right-of-way and shall require final approval by DRB. Condition 8, corner of South Main Street and Old Milton Parkway currently includes a 2,500 square foot open space with focal point feature archway and minimal landscaping. Applicant shall remove the existing archway and install a new focal point feature sculpture with final approval by the Cultural Arts Commission. The budget for the focal point feature sculpture shall not exceed $15,000. Applicant shall also install decorative landscaping in the open space. Property owner shall be responsible to maintain the corner open space and all improvements. Condition 9, landscape strip material shall be planted in front of any proposed fencing. Fencing visible from the public right-of-way shall be decorative black metal fencing no more than 5 feet in height, with final approval by DRB. Condition 10, developers shall improve Old Milton Parkway streetscape with a minimum 4-foot planter planted with street trees, of course subject to approval by GDOT. Minimum 8-foot sidewalk and decorative pedestrian lighting as approved by staff. Condition 11, developer shall improve Norcross Street streetscape with a minimum 4-foot planter planted with street trees, minimum 5-foot sidewalk and decorative pedestrian lighting as approved by staff. Condition 12, project entrance on South Main Street shall be landscaped with ornamental plantings as approved by DRB. 13, trees shall be saved as depicted on the tree protection plan prepared by Gaskins and LaCraw dated 6/24/22. 14, dumpster enclosure shall consist of materials similar to those used on the building, and gate shall be metal and opaque as approved by DRB. 15, building shall connect to the public sidewalk system. And 16, Old Milton Parkway curb cut shall be removed prior to the issuance of a CO. And that concludes the presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Councilman Hypes.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Woodman. My primary concern I want to address is the safety at that one of our busiest intersections in the entire city. And while the ingress egress is more or less behind the facility with the fencing around the perimeter, should a dog get out, go out into traffic, it could be fatal to the dog, could be problems for the traffic out there. I see in condition 9, it says metal fencing no more than 5 feet in height. Now, obviously, no more than 5 feet in height could arguably be a 3-foot fence, and we know that we're not going to do that. Have we done any studies? Have you spoken with the applicant about the preferred height for a fence for dogs to ensure that they don't get out? My Google research is 5 feet minimum would be the suggested height for dog parks. Somewhat higher is preferable. And of course, they don't say if they're located close to a busy intersection or not. So What have you found? What do you know about the height of fencing? And this needs to say no less than 5 feet in height as opposed to no more than 5 feet in height.
So
my opinion.
We did have a discussion, and the no more than 5 foot in height was added to condition number 9 at the Planning Commission. So there wasn't a detailed, in-depth discussion with the applicant prior to Planning Commission when that was added. I have since gone to Waggy World, the dog park at Wills Park, as well as the Fetch Dog Park. Waggy World has a 4-board horse fence with the metal mesh staple to it, and that fence is about 5 feet tall. At Fetch Dog Park, the fencing that is closest to between their parking lot and the sports courts, because they've got a volleyball court there, that fencing is about 4 foot. They also have some 6-foot fencing at Fetch, and they're using privacy fencing, so they're using wooden fencing over at Fetch Dog Park. And they also have some 8-foot fencing. So the 8-foot fencing, and I do have a photo of that. So this is a photograph that was taken at Fetch, and this is from the parking lot. So the volleyball court is right in front of me. This is the 4-foot fence. Along the side here, this is a 6-foot fence here, you see? And then back on top of the hill, so at the rear of the development, the privacy fence, the solid privacy fence that you can kind of see right at the edge of the trees here, that's actually an 8-foot fence. So they've got an 8-foot fence that wraps around the whole site, and it comes around to the side. But the fencing that you see from their parking lot is 4, and then this is about 6 foot.
What's the meshing that we're seeing in that photo?
I believe that is, it's some kind of.
Is it part of the
it's
fencing,
something,
or is
it's
it?
part of the volleyball court.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's good to know what others are doing that are located not next to an extremely very busy intersection. Do we have data to suggest what would be appropriate at that location for the height of a fence to ensure that a border collie doesn't jump over a 5-foot fence or something?
We don't, and we would really rely on the expertise of the owner of the dog park to know the appropriate height of the fencing.
Is the minimum height that we're recommending 5 feet?
So the reason why the 5-foot was added into condition number 9 is we wanted to specify what that fence looks like. So they do show in their rendering that would be like a picket type black metal fence is what they're showing in that rendering. We were concerned that the fence would be too high because it could be visible from Old Milton Parkway. So we're concerned about what the fence looks like as well as the height of the fence. So that was what the applicant agreed to at Planning Commission, was that the fence would be only 5 foot in height. And so we wanted to make sure that that was captured within the condition.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Woodman, I have a question just about condition number 8, just to clarify it. Don't want to read the whole thing, that's not necessary, but there's a portion of condition number 8 that says sculpture shall not exceed $15,000. And I'm just curious, why is it in the public's interest to prevent the developer from spending more than $15,000 if they wanted to on a sculpture?
I'm glad you asked, Mayor. So condition number 8 was one of the applicant's requested changes to that condition. And so Planning Commission agreed to this language. The applicant wanted to make sure that they had some certainty on the cost of that improvement at the corner.
Fair enough. So it's not in the public's interest, it's in the applicant's, and I have no objection to that.
Yeah.
I just was curious why that was in there.
Yeah. We did have a heads up that the applicant was going to ask Planning Commission for that change, and so we did look at, there has been precedent where other developments have specified a dollar amount related to the public art requirement for their development. So
No need to explain any further. Like I said, I was just curious because typically the conditions are something that's brought forward by staff. So That's perfectly fine with me. It accomplishes the same thing. Any other questions? Councilman Will.
I saw one of the public comments earlier, and I've looked at a couple of these other dog parks. So this project is going to have a restaurant. I assume we're going to issue an alcohol license for it as well?
It's my understanding that they are going to seek an alcohol license.
Full alcohol license, or is that a beer and wine?
I would have to defer to the applicant on that one. I'm not 100%.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Mr. Woodman. Would the applicant like to come forward at this time?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Julie Sellers here on behalf of the applicant, Lonnie Cooper Ventures. We are excited to be here before you with a conditional use permit application. As Michael has explained, this is for Off Leash, which is a dog park, off-leash dog park with a restaurant at 142 South Main and 125 Norcross. Thank you. Just talking a little bit, I think the city of Alpharetta, and as we heard earlier, just how the growth has, the growth that we've seen in the city. You can look in the downtown core and see, I don't want to give a number, I was going to say hundreds, but you see people with their dogs all over the place. Alpharetta is definitely a very dog-friendly city, and there are limited opportunities for dogs to be off-leash. And so this is a complement to the downtown area that has really been enhanced with a lot of restaurants, with a lot of retail, and certainly a lot of residents in the area. This is a new option for families who want to come and have a bite to eat and let their dog run around. It's for dog owners who might live in the area and don't have that place in walking distance or close by, and also for guests that are coming to enjoy Alpharetta to have a place to go and have their dog off leash and playing. This is a restaurant with the dog park component. The restaurant is allowed by right under the zoning, so the use permit is for the park concept. Just talking a little bit about off-leash, free Wi-Fi, restrooms. The gating system is what you see before you. We did have some questions and wanted to make sure that we were clear. This is similar to the gating system that's used at most dog parks, so that it is a double gate system, so that when somebody is coming into the park with their dog, other dogs cannot run out. There's a secondary gate that would then have to be opened after the first one closes to get access into the park where the dogs are running. Going ahead, just while we have this slide up here to touch on Councilman Hype's question about the fence, we weren't specific about a maximum of 5 feet. We did understand that that was what was proposed. We are agreeable to that. If the council thinks that a 6-foot fence is more appropriate, we are certainly open to that. Obviously, we are sensitive to the aesthetics. We know that Alpharetta is very focused on that. We are not proposing a privacy wood fence to be, we don't want to be walled off. We want this to have the appearance of the park, which is what it is and why we think that this is a great location for it. Just touching on this, I wanted to touch on a couple of things from the aerial. As Michael said, and I know that you are all very familiar with the Rite Aid building, it is a large vacant building. And when we first submitted the application, this was intended to be an adaptive reuse, and got some feedback early on in the process that was not favored by a lot of folks, and really a desire to see a demo and rebuild of something that is more in keeping with the downtown aesthetic. And so that is what you see before you. And what you see is this vacant area that's never been used. It's kind of tucked back there on Norcross Street, not a great retail site. It's just sort of a area that is absolutely underutilized. So we do have an opportunity for some significant tree saves and really transforming this area into a very vibrant park use of this underutilized property. Touching again, I don't want to repeat everything that Michael said. I think he did a great job, as always, really highlighting, and not highlighting, but detailing the site plan A couple of things that I do want to point out is the streetscape improvements. That is one of the conditions, so I think that that is a significant enhancement from what is there now. In addition to the enhancement along Old Milton, there will be sidewalks connecting along Norcross Street that don't exist now, and the addition of some parallel parking. We do think that some people will obviously drive and park. Some people are going to be the folks that live in the neighborhood and are going to walk, and so having that pedestrian connectivity from the Publix area, if you will, to be able to get on sidewalks up to the restaurant and dog park, and having the streetscaping along that Norcross Street as well, we do believe is a enhancement. I have never stood before you or probably any other jurisdiction with a client who is willing to eliminate a curb cut. So this is a first for me, but eliminating the Old Milton curb cut and reconfiguring the access really just from South Main Street, we do think makes a lot of sense and is within the city's vision for really how you want your streets activated, and certainly a focus on green space. And the elevations. So these have undergone a couple of different revisions. We have gone from the mercantile style when we were doing the adaptive reuse to the stick style, which was not well received by some, and so we are back at the mercantile. Obviously this goes before the Downtown Design Review Board for their blessing. This has been looked at by the consultant. This is a lighter colored brick. We know that you can go down South Main Street and see brick. That is the preferred, I think, building material in the area, but we do want this to be a little bit differentiated with some of the more red brick on the other corners. So it is a lighter color brick. This is just another showing you a different view. This is the looking from the parking lot. You can see the covered dog park area. And then I do have another slide just to talk about signage briefly. This will absolutely, we're not seeking any deviation from the sign code. So no internal illumination, none of the do not do's in the sign code. So this will be, we are proposing the gooseneck lighting for the external illumination on the signage. And the signage is the off-leash logo, which would be mounted on the building on 2 of the facades. Again, we do have the Staff and Planning Commission has recommended approval with conditions. We are fine with all of the conditions as proposed. Again, if there is a desire to increase the fence height from 5 feet to 6 feet, we are certainly amenable to that. I wanted to just touch on the fact this is a conditional use permit. We have satisfied the criteria for your consideration under the conditional use permit. And we really do believe that the dog park use, this is a project that my clients are very excited about. It is an opportunity to really embrace what is already going on in the city, and that is people out enjoying the city with their dogs. We can never guarantee anything 100%, but we are confident that what has been designed and presented to you is a safe condition for both the people patrons as well as the dogs, and are excited to have this as an option for folks in the community. I jumped into my speech and I didn't touch on the fact, for those of you who might not have dogs and wondering a little bit, if you haven't been to a dog park, it would probably behoove me to at least touch on that for 30 seconds. Dog parks have gained a lot of popularity. With the pandemic, certainly I think the statistic is now like 58% of the households have at least one dog. So we know that the Alpharetta residents, as well as the residents all over our country, have really embraced pet ownership. And what we do know about living in downtown cores is you don't have the traditional backyards to let the dogs run and play. And what we have seen with the dog parks, it's similar. My colleague Jeff Haymore presented at Planning Commission. Jeff has 4 kids and no dog. And so when we were talking about this, he was like, help me understand it. It's a place to congregate, and it's a place for community, and it's a place for socializing with your family, with friends, and having the dog have an opportunity similar to a playground for kids to play. It's a place to recreate and get out and get the fresh air and enjoy being together in a safe and inviting space. So happy to answer questions that you have. I'd like to save any remaining time that I have for rebuttal in the event that there's any public comment. We haven't had any at the other ones, but do want to save that time. So thank you.
Councilman Will?
Thank you for that. How many projected dogs are you going to have on this site in a day?
Thank you. That's a great question. I don't think, and I'll ask Meg Mazer to come and join me if we do have a projected number. It is, I didn't really touch on this with the technology. So this is a membership. This is not a free dog park. That's probably very important to mention. So this is the options are you can either pay just for a day pass to bring your dog in. People come in for free, but you pay for your dog, or you can have a membership. So if you live in the city and you know that you're gonna go frequently, there's a dog park in my neck of the woods that I have a membership there to take my dog. So because of that controlled access, if you will, for the dogs, I don't have an exact number.
So let me interrupt you.
Sure.
My guess is you guys are investing millions of dollars in building this facility, and at some point you've built a pro forma on how it's going to perform financially, and that pro forma is based on a number of dogs that you're going to have on a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly basis. So I'm just curious what that number is.
Wendy Newman with Cooper Ventures is going to let me know. I can
Thank
tell you that the pro forma has probably gone out the roof with all of the additional things, but they want to be in Alpharetta and are excited to make the investment here.
So I'm Wendy Newman. I'm CEO of Cooper Holdings, and Lonnie Cooper Ventures is a part of our company. And we have done some pro formas. We have not identified on a day-to-day basis how many dogs will necessarily be in the park. I think that's a complete unknown. What is known to us is what we believe we can get from a membership perspective. But a membership perspective, which is what I've based our revenue model off of, doesn't necessarily mean that those dogs are all going to be in the park at one time. For the most of the time, that is absolutely not going to be
I assume that.
So,
What would your membership number then be?
So if we could get 1,000 memberships in year one, we would consider ourselves in year one doing something that would at least help to get us to where we need to be from a membership perspective. But mindful of the fact that that's only a part of our revenue model. Clearly, the remainder of that is going to be the food and the beverage. We also do plan to have the ability to do special events, private events, if you wanted to do a birthday party for your dog. If we have always, as a company, created experiences and connected people with those experiences. So this is just going to continue doing that. It's something that we have a lot of experience in ourselves. So I think that that's a big piece of this. The membership is really just to get people excited about what we're doing and to utilize it as they really want to, but there's a lot of added benefits that will come along with that.
So let me tell you what I'm struggling with.
Okay.
I'm struggling with the busiest intersection in Alpharetta. I've had dogs. My dogs were climbers. So I'm struggling with the fence height. I've had 5-foot fences and my dogs cleared those things like they weren't even there, right? And my dogs were runners. They cleared that fence and they were gone, right? And we're sitting on an extremely busy intersection. So our second option is to raise the fence. And I think Mr. Woodman, one of the things he pointed out was if we raise the fence, it's not going to be visible. So we've got the busiest intersection in Alpharetta and the entrance to our city essentially looking like a little dog prison, and we've got 1,000 dogs potentially running around there. So if I see that picture in my head, I'm thinking, how many of those are going to be climbers, or do we raise the fence and want to have this fenced off property on the corner of the busiest intersection of our city? Those are my two big issues, right? We can't have a 5-foot fence. Dogs are going to come over that thing like no tomorrow, right? And then they're going to be out in traffic. Not only that, we've put this landscape buffer up, which isn't going to stop the dog, but it'll certainly stop the owner from being able to go chase the dog. And now you got a dog running around in traffic. That's not a good thing. So I don't know how to get over those two things. So if you want to address those two issues, we either had a tall fence I don't want to see, or we've got 1,000 dogs with potentially 2 of them being runners and causing an accident out on our busy intersection.
I certainly don't think we'll have 1,000 all in at one time. That is not, definitely not, is not feasible, and wouldn't make sense for us either.
Well, if I could just, my question is follow up on that. What's the maximum capacity? I assume you have some maximum capacity.
We have more maximum capacity people-wise than we necessarily do dog-wise. Those are all things that are in, we're going to be bred in technology. Probably not a great word to use, but nonetheless, that is part of how we're going to handle this is through our technology. So we will be able to know based on, who's in the park, it will all be tracked. There will not be more people allowed and dogs allowed than we should have in the park at one time. And all of those numbers are being worked out as we speak. I mean, we have a technology company and a digital company, and they're helping us through that right now.
Okay, thank you.
And I do understand the safety. I have 4 dogs, so important to speak. This is a passion point for me too, because I have 4 dogs, and the dog park that, the Fetch Dog Park that's off of DeKalb Avenue, I drive past there every single day. I know they have had great success there. They are on just as busy of an intersection as where Old Milton is. I would argue it's sometimes much busier because it is in the middle of town in Atlanta. And they, to my knowledge, have not had any issues with that. And I know that, we're going to put employees in place as well. So you also have to think about when you take your dog to a boarding facility or to doggy daycare or whatever that happens to be, you're leaving your dog. And at that point, they may be concerned. There's, there definitely going to be reasons that you would need a much taller fence, that you would have to have all that enclosed. You're with your dog. The goal for us is for us to be with our animals. So it's not a place where you're going to walk out. We're going to have staff that's going to be there 100% of the time. The job is to take care of the dogs and to take care of the people that are there. But I don't know that I can necessarily get you over that fear. I just will say to you from the standpoint that I have 4 dogs that are like my children, 3 kids and 4 dogs. As somebody said, that's a crazy ratio, but that's where I am. I would never put our dogs in any kind of harm, and they will be there on a day-to-day basis. So, and the fence height, we are most certainly happy to go to that 6-foot, height. I don't know that I would look at it as dog prison. It should be a place where you guys are, where you're walking, where you're walking around, and you're feeling happy about what you're seeing going on, which is lots of play. I have followed and done a lot of due diligence on some of these very successful dog parks across the country that are doing, exactly what we're doing. There's not anybody here that's doing exactly what we're doing. Fetch is doing a beautiful job. We're a different market. And we are going to set ourselves apart in much different ways. And from that standpoint, I'm watching all of these other dog parks happen, and they're all doing it really great. And so I feel very comfortable and that I would let my 4 dogs run around in our dog park, and we'll make sure that they stay safe. That's probably the best that I can give you. I wish I could make you feel better about it, but that's where it is.
Councilman Hypes?
Based on the extensive research that you've done, what's the height the fence needs to be to ensure that the dog can't jump over it?
They're all across the board. They're anywhere from 5 feet to 8 feet. There's no magic number, is not that we have found.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I do have another follow-up question. Ms. Sellers, you may have touched on this, but if so, I apologize for asking twice. With regard to signage, did you have on your slide monument signage, and if so, where?
We don't have the monument sign. We will comply with all of the city's regulations. The signage information that I have on the slide before you is the building signage, but we do not have a mock-up of a monument sign. We'll certainly present that to the design review committee.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you for your willingness to change the previous design of the stick building. This one, it still kind of looks like the Sleep Number store out at the mall versus a historic building. And that's the whole purpose of our design review standards for our downtown area. So I know that there's some concern on the DRB about about this building. It's much more in line with Mercantile, but if we could tone it down some, they will work with you on that. Are you amenable to doing that?
Absolutely. We are not, we are trying to comply with what you guys, I don't have 10 of these locations and I'm trying to make this one look exactly like the other 10. This is our flagship. We want Alpharetta to be the very first place in our prototype that we can then take across the country. So this, to us, is whatever fits with your style. We will be amenable to whatever that is. Obviously, limitations from a cost perspective, but looking around at what is here, we feel very comfortable that we will get to that spot.
I mean, even Taco Bell, their new building complies with our downtown standards now, and they've done a terrific job, and I trust you will too. This is, to me, a great solution for the area in the back that was not conducive to retail, that was in between Publix and your site. When I look at it from that perspective, as far as land use, it seems to make sense. In that perspective, I was not a big fan of putting a dog park right at one of our main intersections coming in, but I appreciate your willingness to work with the city to get it where it needs to be. And so for that reason, I'm more supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Dorito.
Just a couple of quick questions. First, condition 8 regarding that Mayor Gilvin brought up already as far as the course. I think that's important focal point in the city to, when we remove the existing archway, whatever you want to call that focal point, that we put something really nice there. That maybe even complements this potential project for the city. Are you open to the course being whatever the course should be, to put the proper focal point there in the city that's determined by the Cultural Arts Committee?
So I'm going to jump in on Wendy's behalf, because Wendy has said yes to every single request I think that has been made. We proposed, and we did work with Michael and Kathy to see financially sort of, the concern obviously is if it's unlimited and you have the cultural arts that somebody thought, $100,000 gold-plated statue, and I'm taking extremes, but you see where we're going. When we have this 15,000, the intent there is that the Arts Commission could not come up with some modifications or something that was a lot more expensive. So this is sort of saying, okay, this is the ballpark. Having worked with Wendy and Meg and their team, I know that they have already been looking at sculpture artists, and could this end up being more? She certainly isn't going to find something that gets approved, and if it's slightly more than that, say no way. But we did feel like it was very important, especially, this probably doesn't matter that much, but just thinking about the fact that this property could just be reused for a commercial building and some use. Obviously it hasn't been, but that is certainly a potential. So the cost of doing everything, not just with the restaurant and but the streetscaping and the sidewalks and all of that have really continued to escalate. And so the focal point sculpture, whatever that ends up being, will certainly be something I think that will be reflective of Alpharetta, but we did feel that it was important, and other projects have had similar financial thresholds or sort of guardrails.
I understand that. The last thing I want to do is have a new business be burdened with all this cost that the city's trying to place on you, and I just want you to be open to some flexibility there. Would be good.
Absolutely, definitely. Flexibility.
Just the concept of off leash. When you look at the rendering and where you're going to put like the large dog park and the medium and small, will the dogs ever go into the restaurant area itself?
No.
They'll always be contained in the.
Not in the inside. So I look at this as you could come and be you could have 3 different types of activation when you walk onto off leash. You could be in the dog park with your dog off leash, having a coffee, a soda, a beverage, whatever that happens to be, and enjoying watching them play. You could come and sit on the patio, the covered patio, where your dogs are allowed on leash, and you can have food and beverages there. No different than if you walked up to one of your restaurants here with your dog on the leash and sat down and had dinner. Similar concept. There is going to be some seating inside. That's clearly not our business model to just be a full-scale restaurant. Our business model is to have you bring your dogs and be a part of that. But you could go in, sit down inside if you wanted to. I thought even, you've got some great restaurants here in Alpharetta. Could there be a possibility that somebody may have a cocktail, come have a cocktail with us before they go to their dinner reservation? Maybe that's a time where we could pick up some, additional folks to experience some of our really great cocktails before they go to dinner. Even walking through, I know that you have a lot of walking traffic in the mornings. Somebody could just walk through and decide that they want to stop in and have a coffee and a pastry with us before they continue their walk. So there's 3 different activations is how I look at the park, and you could be there and do all of them at one time.
So the general public could come into the restaurant anytime they want. They don't need a membership.
No, absolutely.
The membership
not.
is just, if you bring your dog, that's the portion that you'll be doing membership
Off-leash,
fees.
the off-leash, when you have your dog off-leash in the park is the only time you would need a membership, and you could also do a day pass. You have a lot of folks that come here. You guys have become a really great destination city for people to come to. They could just be here for the weekend and decide that they have their dog with them. They're like, let's go try, off-leash, and they come and they pay their daily fee and come in and get to watch their dogs play with other dogs.
Yeah, just one more question, or a quick statement before I ask the question. When I first saw this application, it's obviously something unique that would be coming to Alpharetta. I know we have fetch, but as Ms. Sellers said earlier, I mean, dogs and dog parks, or dog sanctuaries, they're becoming more and more prevalent across the country, and almost a requirement of any community, quite frankly. This is a very interesting concept. And obviously has good space there. But I want to ask Ms. Sellers to explain what you said initially in your opening comments. And you said this is a great location for this conditional use. Can you explain what you mean by that? And why you think it's such a great location?
Yeah, I think probably 2 things. I might add a third. But one is having an activation of this underutilized and not utilized space. The Norcross area. We know that has not been developed for anything. It's not, the access isn't great. So being able to utilize that green space. I think the second thing is bringing a use that is a park setting into the downtown core is very much a complement to the other uses that are here. And so I think that the ability to transform a vacant property into a restaurant with that outdoor component. We're not trying to max it out with buildings. We're trying to be part of the park fabric that really is very prevalent in Alpharetta with the walking trails and with the different parks, and adding a different type of park into the city's core. Right now, people already have their dogs in the downtown area. It's just they don't have the ability to have a place for the dogs to be off leash.
Thank you.
Councilman Mitchell.
I got a question from someone in the audience, and so what's your protocol for dealing with aggressive dogs?
So we will have dog tenders of sorts, is what we're kind of deeming them now. They could be called something else, but they will be trained. We actually have already contracted with a company that does nothing but train people who are with dogs day in and day out. So that is first of all what we're going to do. There will be a one-strike policy, and how I would handle things, and knowing what I have experienced in going to some of the public dog parks myself. So it will be that the staff is going to be trained on how to do it. We also will have a video up online on our website that will teach children how to interact with dogs. If they're going to be in the dog park, we're going to make sure and require that they watch the video, that their parents watch it with them, so they understand how to interact with dogs that may not be their own. What I do know is most dog owners who go to places like this are responsible dog owners. They know what their dogs are capable of and not capable of. I know for certain I have one dog that absolutely hates dog parks. She would never be aggressive, but I would also never bring her because it's not an enjoyable experience to her. So I think that as a dog owner, and especially when you come into a paid membership, very different than a public dog park where anybody can come in. We will also be requiring veterinarian records, no different than the other dog parks do, to ensure that everybody is vaccinated and that they are fixed. No puppies that that aren't fixed yet, just for everybody's safety. So we've also contracted with a very specific attorney who does nothing but help through how you mitigate all of these things that could happen on the front end of setting these businesses up. So,
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Thank you, ladies.
thank you.
Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do. Our first public speaker this evening on this item is Jessica Paulette. If you'd like to come forward and just state your first and last name and your address into the microphone at the podium for mayor and council.
Good evening, council. My name is Jessica Plett. I live at 11262 Musette Circle, and I've been a resident of Alpharetta for 16 years. The applicant is looking for a conditional use permit. Retail and even dog-friendly restaurants are permitted already on this property, but any recreational concept on this property requires conditional use approval from the city, and I appreciate that you guys have already voiced a lot of valid concerns. Some other indoor recreational facilities, maybe miniature golf or pickleball courts, like they're getting very popular these days, or a children's playground or even a water park. So let's just use a miniature golf course as an example, and a golf ball went into the intersection, as we all know that they have a tendency to do. What would happen if just one ball landed on a car or bounced around? This is the busiest intersection in Alpharetta, with a combined 12 lanes of high-density traffic and 63,000 cars daily. We already know this intersection has a record for traffic fatalities and speeding motorists. What kind of distraction would that one ball cause? Tennis balls are just as common in dog parks as golf balls are putt-putt courses. What if someone got a little exuberant throwing a tennis ball for their dog and it left the dog park? Or God forbid, a dog escaped a leash or a fence and ran into one of those lanes. Would it cause a car to hit another, cause the car to leave the road and run through the fence? The applicant proposes pulling the building and fencing closer to this intersection. So with a decorative metal fence and a reduced setback separating the patrons and dogs, which it absolutely just scares the hell out of me. And I hope that it scares the hell out of you too. I don't want any death to happen, but that might be one reason the city didn't plan for recreational use on this corner. Just one ball or one dog that gets into either of these roads will be an incredible safety concern for all Alpharetta families and the 63,000 traveling daily through the heartbeat of the city. If you hesitate at all to put a children's playground on this corner that close to the intersection, why allow an off-leash dog park that serves alcohol? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry there'll be no, I guess I just assumed y'all knew the rules for the house, so let me explain to everybody. We don't have public displays, positive or negative. This is a public hearing for us to do a zoning issue, okay? It's a land use decision. We appreciate it. That's not something we allow in the council chambers. Also, public speaking, when you come forward for public comment, we typically limit it to 3 minutes. So just go ahead and get that. Is any other rules I'm forgetting? I think those are the two primary rules that we try to abide by. Just respect everybody in the chambers, okay? So, Ms. Shapiro?
Those are all the public comment cards, Mr. Mayor.
However, during public comment, you do not have to have placed a public comment card. So if there's someone who would like to come speak on the zoning issue, now's your opportunity to do so. Seeing no one, we will close public comment. Now, I would assume this is from somebody, yeah, you can rebut. First, I have a question because I would like to know if this business will allow people to throw objects like tennis balls and things like that within the facility.
Thank you. That was the rebuttal point that I was wanting to make. No, there will not be toys or balls in the park. Those will not be allowed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
That just wanted to clarify that point.
Fair enough. Any other questions from council at this time? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, I would offer a motion tonight to approve item CU-22-05, off-leash, 142 South Main Street, as presented tonight with the 16 recommendations intact.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Councilman Binder. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel, a second by Councilman Binder. And that was to approve CU-22-05 off-leash / 142 South Main Street with conditions outlined by staff. Any discussion? Councilman Hypes.
I'm really struggling with this application, and mostly with a 5-foot fence. I've got nothing more to go on, having asked staff and having asked the applicants about what the preferred height of a fence ought to be, but my research shows that dogs can jump a 5-foot fence and that it would need to be a 6-foot fence. And if it's not a 6-foot fence, what we're charged with as council members is to protect the safety and welfare of the public, and I'm just not going to sleep well. Subject to making a friendly amendment for a 6-foot fence that is completely screened so that the aesthetics are in place. Valid points have been brought up on both sides of this application, for and against, and I am somewhat struggling with it. But at the end of the day, as a land use decision, a conditional use, if all the safety concerns are addressed, it may not be my first choice for that intersection, but that's not my decision to make about what a first or second choice ought to be on that intersection. But it's got to be safe. I can say unequivocally, without doubt, nobody knows that intersection better than me, because I walk across it 4 times a day, and it is a dangerous intersection. It's dangerous for people bringing their dogs there. If they're crossing that intersection, it is going to be extremely dangerous if a dog gets out at that intersection. So with that, are you amenable to a friendly amendment to a 6-foot fence?
Could I ask, before we go through that, I'm just curious because I certainly share some of your concerns. As I was looking at the drawing, I see that it's a small dog park that's closest to Old Milton Parkway. Would you be, and we could clarify this perhaps with the applicant, would you be amenable to a 5-foot fence along that frontage on Old Milton where it's just for small dogs and a 6-foot fence in the other section?
I'm amenable to whatever keeps the dogs inside the fence. I don't know their definition or a definition of what a small dog is. And absent...
Would the applicant like to come? Let's clarify it.
Yeah.
We need to have the answers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The small dog park is for 30 pounds and less, and we are absolutely amenable to a 6-foot fence and would be happy with that change in the condition.
Okay, thank you. So,
Are you going to friendly or what? I mean, the motion's already in place, so.
if you'd like to make it friendly, just state it again for the record.
I'm talking through this. I would, the aesthetics of that corner are extremely important. I don't want an unnecessarily high fence. If a 5-foot fence subject to 30-foot or 30-pound or less dogs keeps the dog in there. I believe on the things I'm finding on the internet that would be the case, in which case if it's 30 pounds or less, I might be amenable to a 5-foot fence.
When will you know?
All right, I make a friendly amendment for a 6-foot fence, total screening.
Well, it's just a friendly amendment, so he's just asking if you would accept
Yeah,
that.
and I would scratch the words total screening because I don't know what that means.
Well,
But 6 feet is acceptable by the applicant? They're nodding their heads in unison over there, sort of. One's going this way, one's going to do it. I'm getting 3 yeses, so I would accept that.
Is that a may screen or shall screen?
May not screen.
Is everyone clear on the motion? Motion was to approve CU-22-05 off-leash 142 South Main Street with the conditions as outlined by staff, with the only change being 6-foot fences. And, pardon?
I'd still like to make a comment.
Sure. We'll have discussion. I mean, we'll have discussion after we've gotten, just making sure everybody was clear on the motion of 6-foot fences.
Mr. Mayor, we're not sure we're clear on the motion over here. Is the motion that the all active areas of the dog park will be enclosed with 6-foot minimum fencing, minimum height fencing, and fencing, such fencing shall be screened with opaque landscape screening? Is that what you're trying to get at?
I had not heard anything about
Yeah, I'm not on the screening part. That's addressed with the landscape and everything else. I'm
Okay.
dealing with the height of the fence to go from 5 feet to a minimum of 6.
Got it.
Is that consistent with the friendly amendment you made?
And that word shall be, not maybe. Thank you.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Getting all twisted up here. Jason, I'll make it quick. I get you. Discussions on capacity for dogs. Fire marshal is going to determine what the capacity is for humans, and then you can do the math on the dogs. Heaven forbid they all have 4 coming in, or maybe good for them if they have 4 coming in each. But whatever that number is, I think that'll control that number just as it does in any other establishment as far as human occupancy, so to care of the dogs. We are, as a city, as we often say, number 1 priority is safety in the city. I agree with that. I'm okay with the 6-foot fence. I wasn't too far off on the 5 based on some quick minute research that some have done that said 5 foot is common. We'll go to 6. But from my world, in the insurance world, at the end of the day, this business is responsible. And if a dog gets out, they may be responsible for what happens if that dog gets out. I'm not the judge and I'm not the insurance company, et cetera. But there's responsibilities that they're going to have to maintain. So I'm comfortable with the discussion tonight on capacity. I can't envision 1,000 dogs, nor if you got 1,000 dogs, you got 1,500 people, which would be far exceeding anyway. So for that standpoint, those 2 issues and questions were all I had and addressed, and for that reason, I can still support this.
Councilman Binder.
No, thank you all very much. Joking around here, but last week we were talking about impervious versus pervious, and then now 1-foot fence lines. So, appreciate all the work staff has been doing. Appreciate Ms. Sellers and the applicant really working hard with all the different parties of Planning Commission and us. It is interesting how much people are spending on their pets and dogs. So I think the market's there and there's enough room for everybody. And Ms. Splett back there, I appreciate all the hard work you've done throughout the years of owning the business. And I think there's enough market for everyone there. So I think the use makes sense to me. I know you guys will be good business owners and stewards for everyone's pets and keep everyone safe. So wish everyone here the best of luck in the marketplace.
Councilman Will.
I understand the business owner is responsible if something happens, but I think as city council, we're also responsible to do our best to make sure that the potential for something to happen doesn't happen. I think we do this in every decision we make when we look at approving zoning and how right-of-ways are going to work and where they can come in and out based on traffic count. So I cannot support this because I don't think it's safe. I don't think it's aesthetically pleasing. I just am not in support of this project.
Councilman Mitchell?
I was much more in line with what you said about the 30-pound dog area, the 5-foot fence there. To me, that makes much more sense. I can't support a 6-foot fence right on Old Milton. I could support the project, but I'm not there with a 6-foot fence around the whole thing. We don't even have a 6-foot fence in our own city's dog park. And to me, it's like if you've got a jumper, leave the dog at home. I mean, it's a simple solution. I'm not there with a 6-foot fence all the way around Old Milton Parkway. If we want to consider a 5-foot fence, I'm there, but it's just seems a little crazy to me. Thank you.
Councilman Dorito.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but I will. Like many up here, I struggled with this decision because of the safety factors. It is one of the most busiest intersections in our city. But also come to the conclusion that, we as a city government need to provide as much safety as possible, but we don't have to account for every potential thing that could happen on anyone's property or any business in the city. There's a line where the business owner becomes responsible and liable for protecting their establishment. In this case, the dog park area. I'm not crazy about the 6-foot fence either, but I'll support it if that's what the council wants to do, because I think that's really up to the business owner to operate their business. This is not a decision on whether or not you make your proper margins, you have enough memberships. This is a land use decision and a conditional use request that meets the requirements of the city, and I think that's our job up here to do that. And safety is big and should be big on our minds. And the way I look at this, when you look at what's convincing me to support this evening is when you look at where the dog park areas are, they're not along the major thoroughfares of the roadways that we're all concerned about a safety issue occurring. And so for that reason, if they were up on the corner or something, I'd be a lot more concerned than what I'm seeing. But, from just speaking with the applicant and reviewing the application and hearing everyone's comments up here tonight and what was presented this evening, I think this is going to be a good use for the city here, and people will enjoy it when it gets, if it comes to fruition.
Well, I'll go ahead and explain my position. It's certainly, there's concerns about anything at that intersection, whether it's this or anything that's going to draw people and pedestrians, because there are 40-something plus thousand cars that go through there on a daily basis. And so I'm not oblivious to the concerns of safety. I do think, to Councilman Mitchell's point, I do have dogs. I have been to dog parks all around, Johns Creek, Alpharetta, and other areas up in Forsyth County even. There's no perfect way to make sure that no dog ever gets out. However, there is some responsibility on the owner, and from what I've seen, we don't have 6-foot fences at the Johns Creek Dogs Park or in Wills Park. People are responsible enough not to take dogs that are infamous for escaping fenced yards and things like that. And, I think about the risk of traffic and dogs in a fenced-in area. We've got daycare centers at the corner of Academy Street and West Side Parkway, and people drive down West Side Parkway at 65, 70 miles an hour when our police officers aren't able to be there 24 hours a day. And those fences aren't even 6-foot fences, and there's young children in there that, if they weren't properly monitored, if they weren't protected by staff and things like that, could easily climb over those fences and run out into traffic. So while I'm sensitive to that, I think in the end, the business model will be determined by their success in preventing anything like that from happening. So I'm comfortable that they'll be more of an asset than a danger in this environment. The land use, I think, is good. I think the fact that it will activate green space, it'll remove asphalt and actually protect some of the green space on that corner is a good positive thing. And I think people around here are ready to have that. There's dogs on the town green downtown all the time. My dog loves to go up there. He walks us up there every Saturday morning for the farmer's market because he loves the attention, because everybody's, oh my gosh, your dog's so cute, blah, blah, blah. And he meets his friends. And to my knowledge, we've never had a dog, even without fences on the town green, to run out into traffic, because people are responsible enough to make sure that they have them on a leash and the dogs aren't crazy enough to run out in traffic. There's no way to pretend that it can't happen, but people eat at restaurants downtown all the time with dogs on the patio 6 steps away from Main Street where cars are going through there all the time. So I'm not oblivious to the safety concern. I just feel like there's nothing we can prevent from ever happening. But I think that they'll be responsible, and I think the asset will be good in that area. So that's kind of where I am on that. Any other discussion? I think everybody's spoken at this point. That being said, the motion was to approve CU-22-05 off-leash 142 South Main Street with 6-foot fences as the change in condition. All those in favor, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass 5-2. Congratulations. Next item up on the public hearing item is PH-22-08 UDC Unified Development Code Text Amendment, Residential Overlay District. Consideration of adding a building height definition within Unified Development Code Section 1.4 definitions, an overlay for residential development located within the Meadowbrook Hills, Milton Estates, and Stonegate Manor subdivision will also be considered as an addition to the Unified Development Code that includes regulations regarding replanning streetscape requirements and front facade requirements. Director Cook, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The next item before you, the 3 locations for the residential overlay are shown to you on the screen. It includes Stonegate Manor. It also includes Milton Estates as well as Meadowbrook Hills. The reason it's restricted to these 3 subdivisions is these are the 3 subdivisions that we have met with since January of this year, and specifically, city staff was contacted early 2022 by residents of the Meadowbrook Hills, Milton Estates, and Stonegate Manor neighborhoods regarding the impacts from the redevelopment of homes in their neighborhood. And in response, staff hosted 2 different meetings which were held on January the 26th and February 8th to listen to the concerns, which were primarily centered around stormwater, flooding, tree removal, and incompatible development, which in detail was the building height, architecture, as well as massing. So staff worked with the residents, prepared regulations addressing the concerns, and then presented them at a meeting on May 17th. After that meeting, we gave a couple weeks to get feedback and comments from the residents, and then we have the final draft before you tonight, which was based on looking at some of the comments, also some of the existing development, some of the issues that they raised, and even received a survey because some of the questions we had were, do we want to put architectural styles, certain styles, restrictions within these neighborhoods? So we waited till we had enough comments to see, no, there wasn't a consistent answer on that. So we put together an overlay which we think it's not perfect. It can be probably improved upon and added to over time, but we believe that this is something that addressed the majority of the concerns, and I'll walk you through what those are. Number one of the big concerns we had from residents is how we were currently measuring height. So our definition that was put into the Unified Development Code, it measures height from the finished grade. So we're proposing to remove this definition and replace it with the definition below. This would not pertain, this would pertain to every height within the city of Alpharetta and not be restricted to the 3 neighborhoods that I had just shown you. This is a Unified Development Code change. Oh. Slowly. Oh, is it hard to see from the back? Oh, sorry. So how we had originally measured height was really from new construction. So when the Unified Development Code was adopted, we weren't really thinking about development where a home is demolished and then rebuilt. So the difference that we're proposing is that height is measured differently from looking at the highest of the following 3 levels: the curb level, established or mean street grade if no curb exists, or the average existing ground level adjoining the building if the building is set back more than 10 feet from the street line. So the word that is very different and added to this definition is average existing ground level. So if a home exists, one is demolished, and when they turn in for a new home, the current definition would allow a lot of fill to be placed on top of that lot. This definition says you must measure from the street or the existing average grade, not the created grade. So this is the only change I'm going to show you that's for the Unified Development Code as a whole. And then I'll go over the specific changes for the overlay.
May, can we ask a question that particularly?
Yes.
Sure. I'm sure Director Cook wouldn't mind being interrupted
Okay.
now to answer a question.
Ms. Cook, so can you give me an example of an existing house and what's occurring before this change? What could occur? Worst case scenario?
Sure. So right now you could, by your current definition, it's from the average finished grade, and that's the difference, finished versus existing. So what this means is you can tear down a house, the ground can be level with the street, and then you can create the grade and then measure the home. You could bring fill into that lot and then put the home on top of that fill. So the current definition says from the finished grade instead of the existing. You could create the finished grade. That's the big difference here.
And
Does that help?
What's the reason a new developed home would want to do that, to raise the grade?
It could be different reasons. One of them mainly stormwater, to prevent ponding on yards. But the reason that we think the definition should be included, because it changes the character of a neighborhood. If you have 2 existing homes and then the home in the middle is measuring height differently from how the subdivision was originally developed. Because when the subdivision was originally developed, they were measuring from the grade that they created, which was based on that new street. So it just changes the character of that development.
And what if you're putting in a pool, in-ground pool? Does that require a higher level? I'm not an engineer, so.
No, it doesn't. So this would just be for the front facade of the home, how it's measured.
And then how do you accommodate for the height of the floors on the house in this definition?
You still have the maximum 35 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, the zoning code sets the maximum height for each zoning designation.
Gotcha. Thank you.
It's just how is it measured?
Please continue.
Yes. So of course, as I spoke about earlier, the purpose is to maintain streetscape character while accommodating new residential development, address and mitigate the impacts of new development on stormwater management and loss of tree canopy within established residential areas, and provide tree-save incentives. And 3, provide options for parking on lots under construction in order to limit roadway parking. A lot of the subcontractors are parking on the streets, so there's some regulations in here to try to address that. Where does it apply? The overlay applies to all new development that includes one or more of the following: any development or vacant or unused lots. 2, redevelopment of more than 1/3 of the existing or pre-existing building footprint. And 3, an addition or accessory dwelling exceeding the lesser of 600 square feet or 20% of existing building footprint. And the lot and building standards. A, design standards for new development as defined on the previous page. 1, where a garage faces a street, the garage must be recessed a minimum distance of 20 feet behind the front building facade. Now, where did this requirement come from? It came from our downtown overlay. So throughout the downtown overlay, we already have that requirement. And we also, looking at the existing neighborhood, we see that most of the new homes do comply. That is something that fits into the character of the neighborhood. Because if we require the garages to be set back, not on the same plane face as the front, even if you have a 4-car garage, it doesn't have it breaks it up the front of the home. And I'll show you a few of the new ones. Let's see. And again, this is something that we've had within our code since 2015 for the downtown. It's something that's worked throughout on the building architecture. And even with this garage, this is a side garage, so it's not a front garage, so that something like that would still comply. We also added that number 2, architectural variety. And basically this says you cannot have the same elevation side by side. And looking at a new development, a builder would not put 2 of the same elevation side by side. So this was something that we added for the overlay in case there were several lots that were added. And then we go on to describe how you make that elevation different. And then B, stormwater design requirements. And these were actually adopted in 2020, earlier this year. We adopted these changes immediately after we had the meeting with the residents in January and February. Our stormwater manual allows us to make those adoptions as we see issues in the community. And then C, land disturbance. We added silt fencing shall be permitted to be set back from the existing roadway by up to 20 feet from the edge of pavement for the purpose of creating a gravel area to assist with sub-parking as well as material drop-off. This area shall be maintained to avoid tracking into the roadways. And then tree preservation. A lot of the comments we've had are regarding the tree preservation. We added a lot of incentives for the overlays that aren't available outside of the overlays, and I'll go through what those are. Number 1, minimum tree density within the overlay district boundaries. We kept the minimum tree density as what we have throughout the city, which is, of course, the 130 inches or 30% canopy. So that is the same. We also state that they must make reasonable efforts to incorporate existing trees on the property, especially within the streetscape. Reasonable efforts shall include, but not be limited to, alternative building design, building and driveway location, and stormwater BMP locations. And then 2, we added a rear landscape strip. Within the overlay district boundaries, all for sale residential lots shall include a 10-foot undisturbed or replanted landscape strip along the rear property line. We added if a property includes a stream, of course that can be a different location could be approved by the city arborist to accommodate an alternate layout. And then 3, additional tree credits. The city arborist may authorize additional tree credits for trees preserved with an approved alternate design. And A, specimen trees may receive a density credit of 3 times the inches as long as the encroachment into the critical root zone is below 20%. And outside of the overlay, it's 2 times. So this would go to 3 times for the credits. Trees of quality and tree groupings may reduce recompense plantings, and the reduction shall be calculated considering 2 times the inches of the trees of quality or tree groupings that are preserved as long as the encroachment into the critical root zone is below 20%. And then 4, we also included tree replanting requirements, which require at least 20% medium or large evergreens as specified in the tree list. We also included that the minimum, in order to meet the minimum tree density plantings, they must be water-loving species. We also have a requirement that there's a minimum number of trees planted along the front yard. Some of the developments that we looked at, the redevelopments in the neighborhoods, they didn't have any of the trees planted along the front. Of course, it's important to try to get that future canopy. And then D, spacing and number of trees shall be calculated based upon the average canopy spread of the species selected. And E, when tree spacing exceeds 30 feet on center, at least 1 ornamental tree shall be incorporated into the design and planted in the front yard. And finally, in order to create, maintain street character, shade trees selected for the streetscape shall be overstory canopy trees of the oak, elm, maple, and sycamore, or as approved by the city arborist. And this was the recommendation that we took to the Planning Commission. We did have 3 residents that spoke at the Planning Commission requesting additional tree saves be included within the overlay. After that meeting, the Planning Commission did vote to recommend approval of the overlay as presented before you. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer those.
You beat me to that.
Yes.
I was going to ask if anyone on council has any questions for staff on this report. Councilman Will.
It feels like some of this stuff is already in the code or regulations and whatnot. We've restated it. I think you even said that at one point. We already have this. To me, if I go back here and look at the intent, I feel like the big issue, or maybe it's not a big issue, but one of the big issues is this raised slab issue. And I've driven neighborhoods, I've driven them with Mr. Regas, I've driven them with Councilman Hypes, and I can see where people are building their raised slabs in these neighborhoods, and it certainly does push the water off. But I'm not sure that's a bad thing, quite frankly. In your opinion, and I assume you've got both positive and negative feedback on these, can you tell me
Sure.
what the negative feedback has been primarily?
The negative feedback has been primarily that it doesn't require trees to be saved on the lot. And actually, I met with some residents on Friday. They had sent me a ordinance from City of Decatur, which of course is a much smaller municipality. But some of the things that they wanted us to incorporate were minimum saves of trees, like 25% minimum of the existing trees have to be saved. So we had some really good conversation about what that meant, and some of them believed that it should be focused on specimen trees. Some felt like it should be focused on smaller trees. So we decided that we would have additional meetings to see what that looks like and how that impacts and what's important for their neighborhood. And we looked at City of Decatur, what the City of Decatur had put together, and they had looked at the tree canopy, on that particular neighborhood. So there's a lot more research. We also spoke about, some of them had mentioned changing the tree ordinance altogether. And I explained that the tree ordinance is going to be different for a neighborhood that's experienced a lot of redevelopment. And if you go to other areas that may not be, close to downtown and as in demand right now, their concerns are going to be very different from the concerns that you would see within these overlays. So basically we left with that we would have additional conversations to see what was important to them regarding trees and see if there's something else that could be added.
Are these changes, in your opinion, in your position, super important, or are they something that we've just had some complaints about and we're trying to deal with it?
I think they're very important.
So you're in agreement that all these are super important?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman Dorito?
Yeah, Ms. Cook, being super important, can you, or if Mr. Sukowitz is in the audience, maybe he can answer this if you can't. What impact does the overlay have on improving the stormwater management in this area, in these 3 sections of the city?
So immediately back in March, we changed some of our requirements. Prior to March and prior to having those meetings, we didn't require soil tests before we approved an infiltration method to be put underground. So we are also requiring that they have the engineer sign off that it's been put in correctly in the ground and it's functioning correctly. So we have additional requirements that now for stormwater as part of those January, February meetings. So what that impacts is new development. So it doesn't look at existing, of course, stormwater issues that may need to be resolved, but it does look at helping to correct any future impacts.
Sorry. Has your office considered the impact on home values if this is to be approved?
We actually have. That was part of what we even discussed last week with some of the residents who had asked for additional tree save. You know, minimum 25% of trees must be saved on a lot. And some of the discussion I had with them is we would have to, in order for me to make a recommendation like that for a neighborhood, we would have to meet with all the property owners in that neighborhood and make sure that they understood what the implications are. This that we put together, we believe, enhances the property values throughout that area because it's putting together what the streetscape will look like, and it's making sure that we protect the streetscape. If the trees are not there, that at least we're putting in those future canopy trees along the front.
I guess the question, again, I don't know if someone else from staff that can answer this, but I'm trying to understand, going back to the height question, the earlier question, the reason why I asked it is, are we creating, policy that in effect undermines the ability for home values to go up in that area, in these areas?
No.
When we start, legislating height and, because when you look at some of the houses that are built there, a lot of people call them mini mansions, right? They may purchase the property for $300,000 to $400,000, whatever the number is, as an example. And last time I was over there looking at some stormwater issues with some of the residents, there was a $4 million house being built right across the street from where I was standing. That used to be a small kind of ranch. And so what I'm trying to get to here is, I want to make sure we're creating policy that actually addresses the issues that these neighborhoods are having, particularly in stormwater management, but not necessarily, cause any damage to their existing home values or potential home values by, again, putting more regulations and requirements around any new home construction there, or you said anything over a third of reconstruction or expansion of those homes.
And that's a good point. One of the things that we had previously thought about including in the overlay was a cap on the size of the home along the front elevation. We had a lot of existing residents that said, hey, I have a double lot. That's really going to impact my value. So what we recommended is something that has worked since 2015 in the downtown overlay, and it certainly hasn't restricted values in the downtown. And it requires that for architecture that the home's garage has to be set back 20 feet from the front. And we believe that that was something that would work for this overlay because it hasn't restricted restricted any property values since it's been incorporated since 2015.
I'm putting myself, if I lived there and had my home there, which I don't, but I've been there, it's a beautiful area of the city. These 3 areas we're talking about. What would I want as a homeowner? And I would want to make sure that the city doesn't, meddle into the ability for me to appreciate my home as much as possible, and continue to beautify the area, and then have government address the existing issues that are impacting their homes negatively. Again, I go back to stormwater management because that seems to be one of the biggest things, and as some of the residents know, we're taking action on that and investing some. Council's approved some pretty significant money for some improvements over there. And I just want to make sure we're not, as Councilman.
Is there a question in there anywhere?
I'm struggling with this whole thing because it just seems like a lot of
understand
new regulations.
And there's a lot of incentives, too. We looked at adding a lot of incentives.
Mayor Pro Tem Merkel.
We had an issue recently, Kathy, with the request for a variance due to the garage setback. And I think in our discussions and our research, that's been on the books for 7 years.
It has.
And how many times in 7 years have you had a developer, builder, or homeowner come in and say that this is an issue for me?
I haven't had any.
I believe we just had one.
Did we? We just had the one.
We just had one in 7 years. So it was obvious from the request that, yes, the 20-foot setback would have been somewhat detrimental to the ability to build a house on that lot due to a water issue. And so that variance was reviewed and approved. So I caution some people that are making statements that this is crippling when it's opinion versus fact. So let's look at the facts, and we'll do that more in discussion. But that was my question, to confirm that we've had one in 7 years that needed help with that.
Councilman Hypes.
Director Cook, in terms of implementation, I'd like to hear and develop some input about if this or a version of this ordinance passes, this overlay, when it becomes effective. Does it become effective as to only new applications? Does it become effective as to applications that are in progress? Is there an effective date versus projects that are underway, or is there a grandfathering in if you're at a certain stage or benchmark of construction? You may or may not have an answer to that question right now, but I think it's vitally important for projects that are underway.
Well, if it's submitted, they would not have to comply with the new overlay. So if they're already in the process, they would not have to comply with what's passed on the overlay.
Yeah. So in the process, would that be just the issuance of the building permit or an LD?
It's just the submittal for the land disturbance permit, because when you submit for a land disturbance permit, you have to show us the outline of the building. So we already know at that time if we're going to be approving a building footprint that doesn't meet the 20-foot setback for the garage. So if it's already submitted, then it doesn't have to comply.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this time? Thank you, Ms. Cook. I know you've put a lot of time into this effort. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 comment cards as of this moment. The first is for Kenneth Kaplan. If you'd like to come forward and just state your first and last name into the microphone at the podium.
Here, I'm going to defer to Mr. Buchanan.
Okay, that's wonderful. The next...
While Mr. Buchanan's coming forward, just to remind everybody has an opportunity to speak in this public comment section, okay? And so I didn't mean to be abrasive earlier, but sometimes if we allow people to cheer and do things like that, it just doesn't set a healthy environment. This is to hear input from everybody, good, bad, positive, negative. And so all I ask is that if you agree with the speaker or if you disagree with the speaker, if instead of trying to applaud or boo or any, you laugh, but I've seen it all. And so I just ask that you respectfully come forward, and you can say ditto, or you can say, I disagree, or make your comment. So you have a chance to speak and be heard, but let's just do it in a productive and respectful setting. So thank you, Ms. Shapiro.
Yes. Mr. Buchanan, if you'd like to come
And the
forward.
3 minutes.
I'll talk fast. I don't want to say first, I'm looking forward to seeing dogs playing volleyball, or the earlier photograph I saw. And I want to thank Mr. Regas for his involvement in the Art Center. I know we were excited about the library being downtown, but the Art Center that was the old library is a wonderful place, and we love it. Anyway, good evening, everybody. I want to say first, I thank Kathy Cook and David Shostak for listening to and hearing our concerns about the trees in Alpharetta. Their efforts on the overlay have moved our city in the right direction when it comes to the character integrity of our city. I live on Pebble Trail, and I have trees on my lot, oak, sweet gums, and a handful of pines. Recently, the house next to me was torn down, and I was hoping some of the oaks very close to my property would be spared the chainsaw. They gave shade and character to the landscape, but not anymore. Oaks ranging from 16 to 20 inches across were cut. The only trees left are a small dogwood and a couple of irrelevant trees at the back. Georgia red mud from side to side gives no indication of what lived there 2 weeks ago. The streetscape goes from my lot with a rare for here live oak, crepe myrtles, and a 40-foot Christmas tree, a small garden, and interesting flowers, to clear-cut red mud from silt fence to silt fence. And all of this is in line with the code. The code says the owner must plant back and create a streetscape of some sort, and 20 to 30 years from now it will be just what we want. Except that with the excessive house designs, there isn't much space left to plant a tree that will not eventually impact the house footprint. That alone limits the location of new trees, so the yard will never be close to the same, even though we pretend otherwise. So, like I have said at earlier meetings, the tree code needs some work. As of now, the code has the word "or" in abundance. The developer must leave a 10-foot deep stretch of trees at the back of the lot, or they can cut and replant. The developer is incentivized through credits to leave groups of trees and large oaks and boundary trees, or they can cut them all down and replant. Sometimes a fine is imposed, but if I was building a $2.5 million house, I would probably have some tree fines embedded in my budget. So the word "or" gives too much leeway. I propose we take out the word "or" and insist that for the number of tree inches required to be on a lot, 25% of that amount be from existing good trees, at least 6 or 8 inches in diameter. I understand that some trees are right in the middle of a house footprint and need to go, but I am sure there are many creative architects out there who can work with viable trees located at the sides, fronts, and backs of lots. It wasn't mentioned earlier, but I also agree with something that's been brought up before, that the garden district needs to be defined with the boundaries, especially including Canton Street's canopy and signage and the implications of that district, and to have the Art Center as the focal point of that area would be ideal. I will finish with this. When a city undertakes the journey to redefine and reshape itself, it would hopefully do so with an eye toward the future and an acknowledgement of the past. I have learned that if you want to know where you're going, you might want to know where you've been. I and my fellow citizens can express our thoughts and frustrations over this issue, but it is the job of our elected officials to act upon them. I encourage you to embrace the efforts of both citizens and staff to keep the character of our city as part of our journey toward an exciting future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Shapiro, did you say we had another public comment card?
That is all we have at the moment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. If you would like to come forward at this time, though, please feel free to do so. Just please state your name and address for the public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Kenneth Kaplan. I am here on behalf of myself as a resident of Pebble Trail and also on behalf of an unincorporated informal group that we are calling the Alpharetta Conservancy, primarily group of residents in the Stonegate and Shady Grove communities. I believe we currently have 35 residents and 22 homes that are on our list, and it's growing. We initiated this discussion with the city back at the beginning of the year based on what we view as some very, very negative changes that are occurring in our community, what we would call clear cutting of the trees in our community. And I just want to give you an example of the scope. Is this on? Yes. No? No? Okay. So this is, and I apologize for my lack of artistic capability, but this is our community, about 100 homes currently. Today, there are 18 homes, the ones in yellow, that are either been torn down, purchased, and are about to be torn down. That's almost 20% of our community. And just to give you an idea of what's going on in the community, I just want to give you a visual. So this is why most of us moved here. It's a beautiful tree-covered community. And I can tell you, my children were educated at Milton High School. We've been in the community for 30 years. We came here, one of the reasons we came to this neighborhood 4 years ago was because of the beauty of the neighborhood. This is what's happening now. And some of you may have been here. This is a property that was clear cut, I'd say about 6 months ago. Every single tree on the property destroyed. This is another property. I believe this one is down the street from us. Also, every single tree on the property destroyed. One more, different property. This is the one that happens to be directly behind my house. One morning, my wife got up and said, "The house behind us and all the trees are gone." I said, "You're crazy." And I went outside, and that's what I found. Every tree on the property destroyed. Another example, I think, on Canton of what's happening. This was probably a 200-year-old tree, totally ripped out, torn down so this mega mansion could go in. Another example of the scope of what's happening, this was last week, across the street from me, every single tree on the property removed. And they stacked them up and took them away. An example of the right way to do it, or a better way to do it, is, what is this street? This is on Upshaw. Look at this, that legacy tree. They preserved it. They preserved the treescape. The reason I'm here speaking today, and we do appreciate the overlay. We do appreciate the work that Kathy and the arborists have done. It will help a little bit. But the reason I'm here is to say it doesn't go far enough. The current code, the overlay, does not go far enough to preserve the integrity and the character of these neighborhoods that we all came to. I heard Councilman Dorito talk about property values and not wanting to get involved in affecting somebody's property value. But having worked in a legislature once before, I also know you have another responsibility, and that's to help preserve the integrity of and the character of communities and to reflect community standard. What's happening now, this clear cutting, certainly doesn't reflect what's in your 2021 plan. It's replete with discussions of preserving the integrity and the beauty of our community. So again, I ask you, whether it's with respect to this overlay or additional changes you make, please do something to stop this clear cutting and the destruction, what we view as the destruction of the beauty of these communities. We can do both. We can balance property values and property rights and the integrity of our community. We've asked for several things, some of which is...
I just want to remind you that you're well over your 3 minutes.
I know.
So
You know
if
what
could-
happens when lawyers talk. I'll be
You're not getting paid by the hour now,
I'll
so.
have less than a minute. We ask that you benchmark, look at what other communities are doing to preserve. We also ask you, more importantly, somebody who's putting up a $3 million home, a $1,000 fine is no disincentive. Please look at the penalties and the protections and do what you can, whether it's now or later, to help stop what's going on and preserve the beauty of our communities. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. We see someone else coming forward. If there's anyone else that wants to speak, feel free to go ahead and come out front just to save time.
Yes, my name is John Norton, 155 Shady Grove Lane, Alpharetta. And one of the pictures Mr. Kaplan showed was of my lot. We've owned that lot for 3 years. Took us about 8 months to finally get approval to take down the trees we took down. Mr. Kaplan referred to it as a clear cut. We cut down 3 trees. I've got more than 3 trees on that lot. The reason we took those 3 trees down, we have the lowest lot on that street, that side of the street. We paid a ton of money to fix the drainage problem in the lot to my right and the lot to my left. I didn't want to cut down any trees, but we were forced to fix the drainage problem. And that's a problem in that entire area over there, is drainage. It's just the way it is. So that's what we tried to do. Hopefully we got it done, but you know, we didn't clear cut the lot. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. As I said, feel free to go ahead and queue up just to save time. Getting close to 10 now.
Gentlemen, my name's Elaine Morgan. I live at 245 Meadow Drive. I wanted to speak specifically to the pain point of raising the lots. And Councilman Dorito, I wanted to specifically address why this is a pain point and what's been happening in our neighborhood. So builders have been coming in and not just elevating the foundation by a foot to try to mitigate some of their own drainage issues. They've been elevating the lot 6 to 8 feet. So there have been truckloads of dirt that have come in to raise the lot. And in some cases, the floor line or the ground level is at the roof level of the houses next to them. So they may be saving their or minimizing their own drainage problems, but there's nothing to really protect their neighbors from the problems that they'll have with runoff. The other situation that happened right behind me was that a builder took a original 1,100 square foot ranch house with no basement, dug out a basement to create 12-foot ceilings in the basement, added a 3-foot baseline foot system or base system. So now that the ground level of that house sits 6 feet above the original highest lot line and at the top of my fence. So there's nothing to protect other neighbors from the runoff that happens to be at the highest point of that street, which doesn't help mitigate the stormwater and the drainage problems. So this has been a pain point for me personally that I've observed in the neighborhood, and I concur with Kathy by saying the overlay is super, super important. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Throw this down here one more time. But my name is Derek Gant. I'm at 100 Pebble Trail. Excuse me, Pebble Trail, and I moved here 5 years ago. There's been a lot of talk about dogs. I walk my dog down that street every single day, a couple of different times. And it used to be that I could walk through that entire street and it would be shaded the entire way. And what's happening right now is that there's whole sections of that street that have zero shade. And it's changed the entire nature of that neighborhood. The tree ordinance is ridiculous. And it's all about the tree ordinance for development, not the tree ordinance for the residents, for people who are building, the guys that are actually going to live there. It's all about the tree ordinance for development and what they can do to those lots and then move back to wherever they live. And that's all I really have to say, is I think there's a lot of work to be done in there to make that a lot better. The overlay, by the way, I know how much work you've put into this. I think it's important to have the overlay, but that's not the end. The tree ordinance needs to be looked at.
Thanks, sir. Is there anyone that would like to come forward at this time and speak?
Good evening. I wanted to follow up. I'm sorry. My name's J.D. Ritchie. I'm at 120 Shady Grove. Grew up in Alpharetta. Played baseball at Wills Park. And have lived at 120 Shady Grove since 2005. To back up Derek, the follow-up on the replanting is almost non-existent. I've had neighbors take down some trees and never replant them. No one's come back and checked on it. So when they have these replanting options, we need to have follow-up. Second, I watched the movie Father of the Bride, which I'm sure everyone has enjoyed, with Steve Martin. There's a part in there where he backs out of the driveway and drives down this beautiful street covered with gorgeous pines. And my 9-year-old daughter said, "Dad, that used to look like our street."
Thanks, sir. Like I said, if you're interested in speaking, you'll save us some time if you'll go ahead and queue up.
I'll speak 5 seconds. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying for potential other speakers.
So my name's Jennifer Shepard. I also live on Pebble Trail. We have a contingency here this evening. I live across the street from former Ruth Ann Tatum, so I can promise you if she were still alive, she would be here, probably sitting at your desk every day or texting you constantly saying, do something about this.
I wish she was.
I know, same here. So I bought my house 5 years ago. The difference, as everyone has said, in the streetscape is unbelievable just over the past year. Something needs to stop to put an end to the clear cutting. So I'm just voicing my support of everything that's been said. And thank you to Kathy and David for working with us to further our plan and hopefully make next steps.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Going once, going twice. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yeah, Mayor, we have to do the reading.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the reminder.
An ordinance to amend Article 1 and add Appendix B, Residential Overlay District, Meadowbrook Hills, Milton Estates, and Stonegate Manor to the Unified Development Code of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia, to amend the definition of building height, to add regulations pertaining to the Meadowbrook Hills, Milton Estates, and Stonegate Manor neighborhoods as it relates to lot and building standards and tree preservation, to repeal conflicting ordinances, and for other purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Eswine. Any questions about the ordinance? No, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd offer a motion this evening to approve PH-22-08, Unified Development Code Text Amendment, Residential Overlay District, as presented this evening by Ms. Cook and reviewed by Ms. Eswine.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel, a second by Councilman Hypes, and that was to approve PH-22-08/UDC, Unified Development Code Text Amendment, Residential Overlay District. Any discussion? Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you. It's good to see all of you here again tonight. I met with you when you first came to City Hall and heard your concerns, and And there were opposing viewpoints at that first meeting of about 30 or 40 people there. So I feel like with the progression of this overlay, we've come a long way. Not far enough for some of our residents, and maybe perhaps too far for others. But if we can strike a happy medium to begin with, and then it can change as we need to. I'm fully supportive of this overlay. I agree the canopy has got to be preserved in a better way than what we're doing today. Athens Clarke County does a great job of preserving overlay. But I also believe in property owner rights, so that when somebody buys a piece of property, they should be able to build a new house on it. Hopefully, builders will not automatically protect the tree canopy most of the time. There are some that are more environmentally conscious. And there are differences like the Nortons have had where you've got to put the stormwater system in to protect the investment that you have. So there's all kinds of situations where it goes back and forth. But I do think this ordinance helps to preserve the character of the area. And that's one of our most beautiful areas as far as fully grown trees and canopies. I like the fact that this sets the garage back. It keeps the character of smaller cottage homes in. It keeps the character of the newer homes that are much larger. It keeps them looking more like cottage from the front by setting those garages back some. I also like the fact that it does not allow, this happened in my neighborhood, where the home started off, they brought in all kind of dirt, and then the ranch was down here, and the new house started up here with 4 feet of new dirt. And then they built the huge house, and it just dwarfed our neighbor's home. And I believe it causes stormwater runoff into our neighbor's yard that they didn't have before. So there's a balance to all of this. I'm supportive of this direction, and I'm open to hearing more from all of the neighbors about how we can protect more of the trees within the areas and throughout the city, because I think it has gotten overboard when you can clear cut. And some of these lots are being totally clear-cutted without any excuse of stormwater. And I personally believe we need to do a better job of trying to stop that. So.
Councilman Hines.
Well, first, I want to commend our Community Development Department. You guys have been patient and detailed, and you have taken incoming fire, and you have reconciled differing and opposing viewpoints, and you have kept your eye focused on the ultimate goal of maintaining and yet improving these neighborhoods here. And it hasn't been an easy job. I'm privy to some of the things that have gone on behind the scenes with the public, and you know, my hat's off to our Community Development Department and your professionalism in going about the way you've done this. And I just want to announce or state my support, most especially for intent number 1, which is, to repeat it, the intent for this overlay, to maintain the streetscape character while accommodating new residential development. That is a balancing act. It can be a win-win, but sometimes the best outcome is where everybody doesn't get what they want, and it's sometimes viewed as a lose-lose, but I see it as a win-win. And I tend to view all of these things in you know, present day 5, 10, and 20-year benchmarks. Without question, before any of the redevelopment took place over in this Garden District area, it is extremely charming. It was homogeneous in its look. It, you know, it just exudes character. And progress is progress. It is in transition. And, you know, when the first house happened, it was an anomaly. I'm looking at some of my friends over here. I think the train has left the station in terms of this is in transition, these neighborhoods. And the question is, how will this neighborhood look after the transition is complete in 20 years? Will it maintain an element of character that it had prior to transition, or will it be a hodgepodge of anything goes, nothing looks like it goes together, and everybody's happy with the house they built on the day they built it, and then they looked back 10 years after the fact and say, how did we get on this street where everything looks so dysfunctional and not fit together? And that's where this professional staff comes into play. Our success record speaks for itself in this city. You drive to almost any other city, and you will not find a city that's built with the character and the thoughtfulness that this city has been, and it's going into this process as we speak. It's kind of a big deal. I know it's a big deal to these owners. I know it's a big deal to the people who are building homes in that neighborhood. The existing owners, you know, they want to maintain their character, and the new owners who are going to be living out there, they want it to have that type of character 20 years from now. And so intent number one is not just to maintain streetscape character for now, but to maintain it for the next 20 years. And it is a balancing act. I'm fully supportive of any and all efforts to make that happen, and I greatly appreciate all of the input from the existing residents to those who are trying to build out there as to how they see their future with their families living on that street, inviting their grandkids for generations to come out to their houses. So let's keep on pushing on this thing and keep making it better, and I fully support this.
Any other discussion? Councilman Binder.
Would also like to commend staff with working with all parties, and you all done a very good job of taking the steps forward of how to improve the neighborhoods going through transition. I would echo some of the comments too of I think this is a good first step. Specifically, I'd like to see just the streetscape. We do a lot of great work along our major arteries to say this is the streetscape we want. I think it makes sense that neighbors can say this is the streetscape that we've had, and how does it evolve? There's multiple sides on that. Some of those pictures that remind me of the neighborhood that I'm in. I went to visit that home, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is it. I've been going in, seeing that, and it was a spring, and it was beautiful. But also I've seen on the other end where some of that streetscape, they're mature trees, and we're getting calls to say, hey, this is a safety hazard on some too. So there's an evolution on the streetscape, and wanna make sure that we look at both sides on that. But I think this is a great direction, and look forward to hearing more what we can do to improve it.
Any other discussion? Councilman DeRito.
Thank you, Mayor. Also want to thank Community Development, Public Works, and I know James and the entire professional staff city's done an unbelievable job getting the overlay to this point. So I want to thank you for all your efforts. We live in a great city, great professional staff. We honored Mr. Regis earlier this evening. Feels like yesterday at this point. Been a long day. But no, we have great staff, and I also want to thank all the residents that have come out and expressed your opinions through your neighbors, some through email and what have you. This is a step in the right direction. My questions earlier, I tend to be the devil's advocate on things and ask questions that people might be thinking. But I'm truly with the residents' sentiments here, and I think the biggest takeaway for me this evening is the really good comments and input we've received on the tree ordinance. I know we've had issues in the past with the tree ordinance, but you really gave some great perspective as to the need for the city to change it, and change it soon and fast. So I would ask for the mayor to schedule at some point, at the right time, a workshop to talk about the tree ordinance and what we can do to bolster up the tree ordinance and make it effective to maintain these tree canopies, or I think it was Mr. Buchanan or Mr. Kaplan, I can't remember who mentioned it, increase the fines to a level that makes a potential redevelopment think about removing trees before, being too costly to them. So, but I appreciate your input, and certainly this is something that is a step in the right direction amongst the many other things that we're looking at.
Any other discussion? Well, I won't repeat anything, and I'll stay under 3 minutes. I will say this, that I've been on council for 10 years now, since I was first elected to city council, and the two ordinances that we have tinkered with and tried to perfect the most over the last 10 years, number one's the alcohol ordinance, and number two is the tree ordinance. I do support this as a first step. Nobody pretends like this is going to just answer all the problems. We understand it won't. I will also tell you that the challenge is that in much of Alpharetta, they don't have homeowners associations where the property owners originally agreed to those standards. And so we've got, within your neighborhood, there are a lot of people concerned about the tree canopy and want us to toughen up the tree canopy in your neighborhoods and in the city. And I love trees, and I'd love to protect them. The challenge is we also get a lot of people throughout the city who, if we set a code and compensation and the inability to cut trees, it impacts their properties in a negative way. And as a single homeowner, not just a builder developer for somebody who's building a $3 million mansion, it gets cost prohibitive for them to do what they need to enjoy their property. So it's not an easy thing. Doesn't mean we can't keep working at it. It doesn't mean we can't get better. So I appreciate it. I think this is a good step in the right direction. I support it. And we'll continue to keep trying to get better at doing what we do. That being said, all those in favor of the motion to approve PH-22-08 UDC Unified Development Code Text Amendment Residential Overlay District as read by City Attorney Molly Eswine, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote no. And it does pass unanimously. Thank you all for being here. I hope we'll continue to hear from you as we continue to evolve. Now, I need a break. So we're going to take a few moments, hopefully not too long, and we'll come right back at it. Thank you, everyone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's try to reconvene this meeting and get this thing back started again. This is Bob's last meeting. We don't want to keep him here past midnight.
While he's drunk.
Where'd everybody go? They heard me. You ran them off, Pete?
I do my best.
All right. We do have our quorum back. We're back in session. Mr. Sisevich, you have the floor.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is a very exciting project. It's the Alpha Loop, which connects the Chelsea Walk subdivision. James, if you could. That's right. The Chelsea Walk subdivision to the Northwinds Parkway. As part of this project, there is a 360-foot long bridge, as well as a 144-foot tunnel underneath West Side Parkway. That is a rendering of the bridge that is going to be connecting the Chelsea Walk and the Atlee subdivision. We issued an RFP. We received proposals from two firms, ICANN and Astra. ICANN, you may recall, was the firm that did the Big Creek Greenway extension from Marconi to Union Hill Park. They were scored the highest. And what we've got going on is we've got multiple components of this project. We've got the construction cost coming in at just over $14 million. Plus additional $100,000 to go towards utility relocations primarily with the Georgia Power that we're working with. In addition to that, $575,000 towards right-of-way acquisitions, and just like we did on the Greenway, we're requesting $530,000 to go towards Atkins North America to oversee the construction and project administration of the completion of the project. It is a 15-month schedule. Atkins' contract is for 15 months plus a few extra additional months for the closeout.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards?
We do not, sir.
However, if anyone would like to come forward and speak on this matter, now's your chance. Seeing no one left in the audience, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Donald?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we award RFP 22-123 to Integrated Construction and Nobility, Inc. for the construction of the Alpha Loop Extension Project in an amount not to exceed $14,031,710.66, allocating funds in the amount of $100,000 for utility relocations, allocate funds in the amount of $575,000 for the right-of-way easement acquisitions, and approve Atkins North American's proposal for construction management, engineering, and inspection services in an amount not to exceed $530,877.08, and to authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents.
Second.
Have a motion by Councilman Hypes, a second by Councilman Dorito, and that was to approve RFP 22-123 to Integrated Construction and Nobility, the construction of the Alpha Loop Extension Project, not to exceed $14,031,710.66. Allocate funds in the amount of $100,000 for utility relocations. Allocate funds in the amount not to exceed $575,000 for the right-of-way easement acquisitions. And approve Atkins North America proposal for construction management. Amount not to exceed $530,877.08, and authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents. All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Pete. One more, Pete.
Yep. Before you know, it was part of the FY23 capital budget is the replacement of one of our bucket trucks that we use throughout the city, mainly on traffic signal repairs. We went through the state contract looking at a 2022 Ram 5500 coming in at a cost of $141,908. Bad part about it is it's not expected to be completed until April of 2024 due to the wonderful shortage. 24. So it is taking that long to get the materials through the supply chain. So
for the,
Consider it used? Sorry.
We most definitely can consider doing that. It's out of service right now, the one that we would be using due to safety issues, so it's not like we're detrimental right now. We can look at the used market.
Mayor Pro Tem Markham?
Yeah, I'm not suggesting keep duct taping what you have, but for the safety of the city, you may consider pre-owned
No.
to get you through the next year and a half if this one's in that bad a shape.
Well, this one's, the one that we're replacing with is out of service, so it's not even duct tape, won't even work.
So I would consider, even if you bought a pre-owned one to carry you for a year and a half and then sold that when your new one comes in,
We will definitely look at that route.
so consider it.
Just to clarify, you're not saying that we shouldn't do the.
No, right, I'm not making an adjustment, this is just, I'm jumping the discussion because it's 10-10.
And I would recommend perhaps looking at leasing.
Yes.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman Will?
I guess I'm not sure why we're voting on a truck that we're not going to get for 2.5 years. I would prefer we kill this and let's look for a used truck and put a new motion forward when we find one.
I will say that even our trucks, the F-150s, our normal passenger vehicles, we had to go on the lot for because same way, we're looking at towards the end of '23 for them to be delivered to us through the state contract. It's not just our larger vehicles.
Well, we know it takes over a year to get an audio-visual
There you go. That's,
system
yeah.
for the inside of City Hall. Any other questions? Councilman Dorito.
is the year of the Ram the correct year we should be using, since it's going to take 2 years to get? Should it be a newer model?
We mostly, it's, what happens is the truck, the chassis gets built, and then they send it over to Altel to then put the bucket components on.
Okay.
So it's typically takes about 9 months to get no matter what we do. This one, of course, is a lot longer than that. But we most definitely could come back and look at options. We could table this option, it's not a problem.
I think Councilman Dorito's point, though, is that if we're purchasing a 2022 and we won't get it until the 2024 year model, is there any way to go ahead and order a 2023 or 2024?
We could most definitely look into it. We could come back with this item, that's fine.
Okay. That's what you were really.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for staff on this item? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on the bucket truck?
We do not, sir.
However, if anyone here would like to come speak about the bucket truck, now is your opportunity to do so.
Bucket list item.
Very punny. Seeing no one, I'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mayor. I'm going to make a slight change to the recommendation. If it's appropriate, I'll ask our council, if it is, to remove the year 2022. Can we just put a new Ram 5500 and then whatever year we're able to get, that's considered the newest model?
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
You think
So
that'd be
you're
okay?
saying that once 2024 comes around, if we can get
We
it,
might end up with a 2023 or 2024 at that point.
I think
right?
that would be fine.
Okay. So I'll move to approve the purchase of a new Ram 5500 equipped with an all-tech model AT40-G telescopic articulating aerial device with ISO boom utilizing Sourcewell contract number 110421-ALT from Alltech Inc. in the amount not to exceed $141,908.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Dorito, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel, and that was to approve the purchase of the Ram 5500 equipped with an all-tech model AT40-G telescopic articulating aerial device with ISO boom utilizing Sourcewell contract 110421-ALT from Alltech Inc. in an amount not to exceed $141,908. Any discussion? Councilman Will.
This is my first shot at this, so I'd like to make an amendment that we include the option of purchasing a used truck immediately in the amount not to exceed $141,000, so we can get one quicker. I don't know how to do the language on that.
So you're trying to make a substitute motion?
Well, I would say that, I don't know how to do the wording on it. We have
So you can either do a
$140,000 budget.
substitute motion or a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment, that we include language that allows him to purchase a used truck today as opposed to waiting until 2024.
Do y'all accept the friendly amendment?
I would personally prefer, I'll accept it, it's not a big deal to me, but wouldn't it be better if Pete came back with a recommendation when he looked into either leasing or finding a used?
That's why I was suggesting that we approve the amendment with the additional language that allows him to spend up to that amount of money if he finds a used vehicle today.
Which takes away from the money from purchasing the new vehicle when it's available. That's the problem.
We currently don't have a bucket truck, and we won't have one for 2 years.
No, I'm saying, but can we ask Pete to come back with a recommendation on either a leased or used vehicle, temporarily used until this comes in?
Well, let's try to wrap this up. So you either accept the friendly amendment or don't.
Let it go.
I'll let it go.
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just,
No, I won't accept it.
yeah,
I mean,
we're not going to accept
you don't, you're not going to accept it? Okay. So you still try.
I tried.
I know, you can try a substitute motion, but then you have to get a second and go through that again. So, okay. We have a motion. Any discussion? All those in favor, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass 6-1.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Pete. And do get back to us if you.
Yes.
buy a truck and then sell it.
So that'll wrap up the new business portion of tonight's meeting, and we're on to our workshop item. Workshop item is performance permit in downtown pocket parks. Director Rogers.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Melody Cookson with the Cultural Arts Commission, resident of Alpharetta.
Kowarski, resident of Alpharetta.
All right. When the Cultural Arts Commission was formed, the members of the commission agreed that we did not just want to sit as judge and jury for whatever art was brought in front of us, but we have a mission to set the tone and put some creative juices into play for how cultural arts progress in the city of Alpharetta. Just by the existence of the Arts Center and Arts Alpharetta, obviously Alpharetta has a dedication to cultural arts being part of our community culture. So for that, we looked into the concept of busking, which is done in other cities as a formal program. And we undertook forming a subcommittee specific to looking into that. We had a lot of assistance by Kim in terms of researching these other cities, and we worked for a year on a proposal, brought that to y'all's workshop, and there were concerns expressed, and so we reformed that subcommittee to address those concerns. The program has been restructured to serve as a temporary performance permitting program, which does have some precursors with our music match program. So there is some previous experience in that type of program with the city already. The commission has recommended a 6-month beta program to test this new structure that Michael will go over with you. But the program addresses 3 opportunities that I feel like we need. Number 1, increase opportunities for students and emerging artists, and not just of music. We have plenty of live music around town, but this would also give opportunities for cirque artists, for street painters, for chalk artists, et cetera, other interesting forms that would augment. We're not just a music city, we're an arts city. Number 2, to make use of our existing pocket parks that are somewhat underutilized and find entertainment and draw people to those areas, not just the Center City Green every weekend. And number 3, be a tool for quality and time control of people that might want to do performances in the city.
So we watched the tape, we understand your objections to our initial program. And so we thought we would take the best of our program and utilize the resources that we already had. So basically, the street program performer is now going to be retooled, and we're going to have our performers playing in parks. And originally we had 10 locations, now we're going to dumb down to 4. We're going to do a 6-month beta test. We're going to control who's performing in our parks by a permitting process, which will include a vetting and also a permitting. And then we're going to restrict the hours that people can perform using Sign Up Genius to say, this particular person can have the following slots. We can obviously control days and eliminate conflicts with special events. The advantage of doing this, we kind of solve a whole bunch of problems. And really, the first one that we were trying to solve was we don't want to disrupt businesses. We don't want street performers taking away from restaurants who may have patrons who don't want to listen to music. We're isolating that problem. We're going to eliminate panhandling. Nobody wants to go through downtown Alpharetta and see a guitar case open with coins and dollar bills in there. We're going to go to a Venmo system and pay our performers using either Zelle or Venmo or one of the things like that. We're also obviously eliminating ad hoc crowds. We're not going to have corners where people are like huddled around watching somebody playing their ukulele. It's going to be in a sanctioned spot in a park. And we think those things will add a sense of vibrancy, a sense of spontaneity, and add a creative bent to our art scene with minimal disruption. So we'd like the opportunity to pursue a 6-month beta. And that's my song and dance. Pun intended.
Ba-doom-ba. Any questions for the?
Sure. Thank you,
Sergeant
Melanie.
Parker.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Michael. What 4 locations have you identified that you're referring to?
So they're the parks.
Where am I missing? Let's see it.
Milton Avenue Park on this.
Oh. I'm going to need some time to go through and look at those, I guess.
Do you want to speak to the location? Yeah, Kim can speak to location.
It's not very clear. I don't know about anybody else. I cannot read that.
All right. The number 1 location at the top is across from Nest. In that corner, it's the Fountain Park.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got it.
Number 2 is Milton Avenue, right by the hotel, that corner park there. Number 3 is where Food Truck Alley, underneath the big tree in the back, takes place on Old Roswell Street. And then number 4 is where the other fountain is in front of La Casa.
Got it. Thank you, Kim.
Any other questions? Any other questions, Councilman Hypes?
Since we weren't privy to all of the discussions amongst the commission, how would you say this program betters or enhances Alpharetta, and in what ways do you perceive this program would be detrimental? So we don't have it right now. If we implement this, how does this make us a better city?
I think for some of the reasons that I just stated, it gives opportunities and takes us outside of the locus of just music. There's a lot of opportunities for other ones. There's an opportunity to support some of our local organizations. The symphony may want to help promote their concert that's coming up by having a chamber group on a corner to perform. We have Milton Cirque that, my son is now benefiting as a career for having that opportunity to take Cirque at Milton, and now has made it his life's career. And also, just like I said, these parks aren't getting a ton of use in terms of having people attracted to them and appreciating those spaces.
I want to address your question about what the downside is. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, if you could, it'd be helpful for the record to speak into the mic, just so people can hear you if they go back and watch.
The downside to the program is if it fails. And that, because otherwise, there really is no downside to this program. And if it fails, it's partially because we did not do a satisfactory job in promoting it.
Councilman Merkel, or, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
We talk about controlling and permitting. Who's going to be responsible for that? And how do we legally what's the process? I mean, just get a name and a phone number and an address. How do we vet the individuals? Is public safety going to be responsible for, who's going to check and make sure that they're the legitimate one that's supposed to be there? Do I need public safety to understand that those places are not available outside of your realm? And then I get people that show up and say, oh, I guess I saw a guy Friday night playing here, so I'm going to come in Saturday. Then then the city is tasked to some degree with, for lack of a better word, policing it.
Well, that's one reason that they have the permit. They will be easily identified by.
But who's going to identify them? I've got a shortage downtown right now of public safety. I'm just telling you. And there's 2 or 3 things that we really need checked on a regular basis, not to mention parking issues that are out there. I don't know that we're in a position to have anybody in the city be allocated to checking to make sure that the performers are there, that are vetted or have a permit, stays within the hours, actually performs what they claim they were going to perform, maybe brings a friend in and adds some people to their little trio. I'm not trying to poo-poo this whole thing, but I did spend the entire weekend in Asheville, North Carolina. And I told several people here, I was a big maybe to a no on this before I went up there. I'm terrified of it. I'm literally terrified of what I saw and was exposed to on a regular basis from the time I got there to the time I left, right? I mean, both. We had a Home Depot bucket drum guy that played for us for 45 minutes while we waited to get seated, and then unfortunately we got patio seating, so we got him for the rest of the night. He was following the ordinance. You couldn't give him cash. He had the sign that told him how you Venmo'd or you paid him. And then I get back to my hotel, and there's a guitar player and a banjo player standing smack dab in front of the sliding doors with a guitar case, as you just presented, and a guitar case open and coins and dollars in there. So you got rebels and you got following the rules. And I can't speak to Asheville's policing. I didn't see one police officer the whole time I was there. But the homeless population, the Walking Dead, I call them, the drugged up population that tends to be in some of those artistic areas that we're following them. I got to tell you guys, it was a big turnoff. It really was.
You're going to have a problem if we don't put a policy in place. Because if you don't put a policy in place, you're still going to get people that are street performers. And if currently it's just illegal to be a street performer, and whether or not you're still going to have the same manpower going to people showing up in Alpharetta, at least we've got a policy in place and say to these people, instead of hassling them, hey, we've got an ordinance in place. Do you know we've got a policy and a procedure for if you want to be a street performer? So that's all we're really asking for, is to put this policy and procedure in place. In Asheville, you had people on the streets. We're not really having people in the streets. They're in small parks. That's number one. Number two is obviously that's a scale issue in Asheville. We will not have the number of performers that you just witnessed in Asheville.
We will not, based on what you're presenting here tonight.
Correct.
But if the performers, based on what you're doing here tonight, tell the others in the performing industry, come on up to Alpharetta, we're doing a gig. Right now I don't have a problem, Mike. And I get what you're saying, that the potential could be there. We do have restrictions and regulations as far as what people can do on public sidewalks. I'm talking to Morgan. Morgan and I can each grab our guitar and go meet at Wills Park and sit down and play with each other, you know, and if anybody wants to listen, great. That's fine. That's what a park is for, or one of the many things that I think it's for. My concern is it spills over. We call these parks, but the tree where Food Truck Alley is about 20 feet in each direction, and then it's street, corner. That's a big crossroad from the east-west side that goes back and forth, which if it's a great performer, may be a perfect spot. If it's not, and it becomes somebody that, you know, disturbs people, I don't know what to say. But I'm going to be reserved and tell you I'm concerned. So we'll leave it at that.
I will say one of the intents here was to start local. And, you know, as opposed, I don't see Alpharetta for a while being on the word of mouth street performers. They're going to come up from Atlanta or Asheville or wherever. We want to cultivate our local talent. And so working hand in hand with Arts Alpharetta and the local schools, I think will help alleviate some of that.
Councilman Binder? Councilman Binder?
Thank you. I've been constantly impressed and it beats expectations, some of the programs that Recreation and Parks has done, from putting old pianos that I thought were going to be busted and nasty, and then I can hear somebody play beautiful music on it, or just some kids banging around on it. It just is a joy to see. You've been thoughtful in the process. If we agree to have this pilot program, I had moved forward, I mean, we can have a checkup halfway through and say, oh God, the skies are falling. We can stop it, right? If at any time as a council. Would you be amenable to just kind of give us a halfway checkpoint of what's been done and wins and lessons learned, and if it needs to be adjusted, the program? Sure. Because I mean, there are I can understand concerns, but I've just learned with the Parks Group, just fun is their wheelhouse, and more so than mine, and let it rip and see how it goes.
Councilman Mitchell.
First of all, thank you all, and Ms. Smil, Diana Smil. Thank you all for your work. You're doing exactly what we commissioned the Cultural Arts Commission to do, and that's come up with creative ways to make our city more artistic and do it in a way that's upscale and that's presentable. So first of all, thank you for all the hard work you and your subcommittees have done. I'm fully supportive. The difference between what others saw, I spoke with Dan Merkel. Thank you. So, Lord, forgive me.
Getting late.
It is late. I spoke with Dan earlier, and the difference is this program provides accountability and it provides permitting. Asheville has no permit process. It just has guidelines that say, well, not too loud and keep a distance, and if you're bothering somebody, move away or whatever. Obviously, they're not doing any of that in Asheville. This would be totally permitted, and it makes use of the parks. I remember 12 years ago, 13 years ago, when Janet Rogers did Bach in the park, in the same little park. Do you remember that? And people came during their lunch break because they wanted to get away, and they loved that program. Well, we had to fund it back then. Now it can be self-funded through Venmo or Zelle. It's an excellent idea. You've worked through all of our opposition. All of the things that was raised, you've worked through that in a beautiful way. I'm totally supportive of this, and I like the fact that you made it a beta program. I think it'll be tremendously successful. I think folks in our community enjoy art, and they'll enjoy music or performing arts or whatever, chalk art in the street. I think they will really take a hold of this, and I think it can really help grow our culture within the city. So thank you.
This is a workshop, so there are no votes. This is just an input session for us to give our views ask questions and get all that. So I just want to make sure you understand this isn't a business item. And so if you have feedback or questions, now's the opportunity. I'll just say, I certainly appreciate the concerns, and I've been to some of the areas in Nashville like have been described. When I look at what you're proposing here, I don't have any objections to it. It's managed, it's contained in certain areas. It's not dissimilar to what we're already doing on a larger scale with Home by Dark and the concerts on the square and things like that. So from my point of view, if we see it sliding down to something we didn't expect and creating an adversarial environment with our businesses and our visitors and things like that, then we can reassess. But it's a 6-month proposal, and we can reassess at that point anyway. So I can live with that. Councilman Dorito?
Yeah, and I'll be quick. I know it's late, but and I'm for piloting this. I think it's a unique idea and concept, and hopefully we can flesh out some of the concerns that Mayor Pro Tem Merkel expressed. The only comment I want to add to everyone else's input was, as we go through the pilot, one of the things I'm starting to hear around the city as I speak to my fellow residents or emails that we get is losing that Alpharetta charm, that family environment, and whether you call them street performers or not, we have some good street performers on weekend nights in City Center now, depending upon what night you're down there, which is, as Mayor Pro Tem already said, we have a policing limitation right now in downtown City Center that we have to stay on top of. I don't want to lose that charm, and I don't want it to turn into, a New York City street performing group coming in, and I think the pilot's a great idea because we can fine tune it and put the policies and limitations around the program if it's successful enough and people like it to keep that small town Alpharetta pro-family environment. So thank you for your efforts.
Any other comments, questions?
Mayor, do you mind? Just one concern that I had. I just want to make sure, since we're talking about a pilot program, that I have the opportunity to talk to them to make sure that we can do it legally before the council.
We have to do it legally?
What? Sorry, hoops you have to jump through, right? So there were a couple of things for enforcement purposes that I want to make sure that we vet before it comes back to council.
Fair enough. And I assume you're working closely with our staff to help flesh out these policies so they'll be legal and everything. Okay. No other comments? Thank you very much. We do appreciate you coming forward. So that'll wrap up the workshop item. Next item up is the boards and commissions appointment. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sir.
You have the floor for the appointment of the rest.
Sorry, thought we'd gone. Yes. At this time, I would like to make an appointment to the Recreation Commission. My nomination for this position will be Derek Keegan. Derek is a resident of Hampton Hall in Alpharetta. He's got a family of 3. He's got one that's a half-year-old, 2-year-old, and a 5 that are starting to go into our programs. The 5-year-old's been through soccer. Derek, that I'm proposing, coached a year in ambush soccer, so he's got an interest, he's got some experience, and so I would like to place him on the Parks and Rec Commission.
Thank you, sir. And just so you're aware, the Recreation Commission is state chartered, and the appointees are made officially by the mayor. However, each member of City Council has the opportunity to appoint one member, and so I do officially make that appointment on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem Merkel. So that'll wrap up the boards and commission appointments. Public comment. Kelly, would you like to say anything? She seems to be the only public here.
Can't believe Bob's done this for 23 years.
You want your pension check?
We won't consider that a public comment. Any reports? No reports this evening? All right, then I would like to call for a vote to recess into executive session. A motion by Binder, second by Hypes, I believe. All those in favor of recessing into executive session, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote no. Councilman Binder, he does support his motion, and it passes unanimously. We are recessing into executive session. We'll be back very shortly. the city attorney, we need to vote to reconvene the meeting. Do I have a motion to reconvene?
So moved.
Motion to reconvene.
So moved by Mayor Pro Tem. Who was second? Second by Councilman Binder. All those in favor of reconvening the council meeting, please vote yes. Otherwise, we'll never leave. And it is approved. So now that we have reconvened the city council meeting, I need to call for a vote to adjourn the city council meeting.
Motion to adjourn. Adjourn.
Councilman Mitchell is a motion to adjourn, second by Councilman Will. All those in favor of adjourning this meeting, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously.
Bob's tenure.
We are adjourned. Kelly can go home.
You need to ride.